remembered and how they want to be celebrated on their sunset. It is this industry that sees to it that every family, every person in this world gets a dignified sunset and a send-off. But what I've seen, there is a forward shift, and today is about that. What does the future of the sunset of everyone's life look like? Technology has disrupted many industries, and the funeral practitioners industry is going to be disrupted by technology and AI. It is probably already disrupted. The question is, does the customer that you serve still look for dignity at their funeral only? Or, having lived in the digital era with AI, and every single moment we breathe is posted on social media, kept as a memory, does a person then not seek to have a living memory that their family can hold on dear to for generations to come? Does a bereaved family not seek to celebrate the legacy of the person they've lived, they've enjoyed life, and created memories with? And that is something I'd like to leave you pondering about as we look into the future of this industry. And so today, we will start the program by first protecting your social presence as Safpa. So if you're not following the Safpa page on Instagram, on Facebook, right now is the moment for you to do so. You're probably asking yourself, I'm not a social media person. What's in it for me? There's an economic input. Because we are giving away a mortuary fridge. For those who are going to be following the pages during the convention, there will be a lucky draw and a lucky winner. The hashtag to use is Safpa 2026. Second hashtag, Safpa Convention. The third hashtag is Durban ICC. And that is how we will follow and see who has engaged with the Safpa social media pages. Without delaying our program further, I would like to call on stage our first speaker, Mr. P.L. Makabe, a board chairperson of SEEDFA. We had few pleasantries exchanged earlier on, and I asked him, do we pronounce it as SEDFA or SEEDFA? And he politely said to me, think of the three organizations we merged together to create this incredible organization that drives the economic development of small and big businesses in South Africa. And I quickly corrected myself, SEEDFA. Mr. Makabe.
Sanibonani, Dumelang. Thanks very much, Program Director. Indeed, we have had small charts about SEDFA, SEDA, and CBDA. Let me start by acknowledging Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Ms. Stella Thembisandabeni, Deputy Minister, Sbia, President of South African Funeral Practitioners Association, representatives from government and broader business community, members of the media, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are in attendance, good morning. It is indeed a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the South African Funeral Practitioners Association International Convention taking place at the iconic Durban ICC. We gather at a defining moment for small business development in South Africa. Across our country, entrepreneurs continue to carry hopes of economic inclusion, job creation, community development, yet they continue to do so against the background of rising costs, constrained economic growth, unemployment, and persistent barriers to accessing finance and markets. Within this movement, within this environment, the funeral services industry remains one of the most resilient and community-rooted sectors of our economy. This industry does far more than provide a service. It preserves dignity during life's most painful moments, provides comfort to grieving families, sustains livelihoods, and creates meaningful economic activity within townships and rural communities across South Africa. From funeral parlors and burial societies to coffin and casket manufacturing, transport services, catering, floral services, cremation services, and memorial infrastructure, funeral sector represents a significant ecosystem of small enterprises with enormous potential for growth and transformation. As the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, we recognize both the social value and economic importance of this sector. Program Director, Safpa was established through the merger of Small Enterprise Development Agency, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, and Cooperative Banks Development Agency, creating a single integrated institution dedicated to small enterprises and cooperatives across South Africa. The institutional reform represented government's commitment to building a more coordinated, accessible, and responsive ecosystem for MSME development. Today, Safpa carries a dual mandate to provide both financial and non-financial support to entrepreneurs across the country. On the non-financial side, we provide business development support, incubation, digital enablement, market access facilitation, export development, and technology transfer support. On the financial side, we provide grants, loans, blended finance, asset finance, and sector-specific interventions designed to support enterprises at different stages of growth. And I know most people, their main interest is the financial support. I know that's a point when they talk about something, abaphansi no bayavuma, idlozi livumile. We prepare you to say, by the time this money comes, you must be prepared to make the 5 million turn into 500 million in the next 10 years, so that you are able to build South Africa that is prosperous for all. And in this regard, we reach all parts of South Africa. With more than 50 branches, approximately 120 incubators, multiple access points across provinces, Safpa continues to deepen its reach into townships, villages, and rural communities to ensure that entrepreneurs are able to access support wherever they are located. Distinguished guests, the importance of this work is reinforced by the National Development Plan, which envisages that more than 9 million of the projected 11 million jobs required by 2030 must come from small businesses. In response, Safpa has adopted an ambitious institutional target to support 1 million small businesses and facilitate 1.8 million jobs by 2030. And that is why, President, when we were engaging earlier, I said we're doing the best we can do. So our target is to support more than 1 million small businesses and facilitate more than 1.8 million jobs in the next 4 years. But achieving this ambition requires deliberate inclusion. It requires us to dismantle the barriers that continue to exclude women, youth, township entrepreneurs, and rural businesses from meaningful participation within the economy. Program directors, this is why Safpa has introduced targeted interventions aimed at broadening economic participation and deepening support for township and rural enterprises. Among these interventions is Imbali for Her, a flagship women's entrepreneurship program designed to expand access to finance for women-owned enterprises. Through Imbali for Her, women entrepreneurs will benefit from concessional funding mechanisms specifically designed to improve affordability and expand access to finance. The program introduces loans offered at prime less 3% and prime less 5% for enterprises owned by women with disabilities, together with more developmental and inclusive funding criteria intended to widen participation in the economy. Under the program, qualifying enterprises may access funding of up to 5 million, depending on the stage of the business and viability assessments. In addition, beneficiaries will receive tailored business development support of up to 500,000, including mentorship, training, technical support, and market access interventions designed to strengthen sustainability and competitiveness. We are also scaling our support offerings for township and rural entrepreneurs. To this end, we have revitalized the township and rural entrepreneurship programs, in short, TREP, which support informal, micro, and small enterprises and cooperatives in the rural and township economies. As announced by the Minister of Small Business Development, Minister Stella Thembisandabeni, during her budget vote, funding threshold for this program has now been increased from 1 million to 3 million to broaden access and deepen impact within township and rural economies. Another critical intervention is the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program, which is targeted at growing townships, rural towns, and village economics by providing support to small-scale manufacturers. Distinguished guests, these are but some of the programs that Safpa is implementing in a quest to build sustainable township and rural economies. In terms of the funeral sector, to date, 120 funeral sector enterprises, including funeral parlors, coffin and casket manufacturers, cremation services, and burial societies, have received support through a combination of financial and non-financial interventions. So we are not theorizing when we say we'll be helping. We have already helped. So ours, and the reason we are here, is to look at how can we expand the help and make sure that more and more in this industry access our services. These interventions have included asset assist support, business development services, mentorship, incubation support, marketing assistance, and market access facilitation. The impact has included improved operational efficiency, stronger management capability, enhance competitiveness, and increase participation in local economic activity. Most importantly, these interventions continue to support enterprises that provide dignity to communities while sustaining livelihoods and creating employment opportunities. Program Director, as we look towards the future, partnerships between institutions such as Safpa and the South African Funeral Practitioners Association will become increasingly important. We therefore look forward to further engagements, partnership, and shared areas of collaboration. Allow me to conclude by commending all funeral practitioners gathered here today. Yours is a sector built on compassion, resilience, and community service. You continue to restore dignity to families during difficult moments while simultaneously building enterprises that sustain livelihoods and strengthen local economies. May this convention deepen collaboration, unlock new opportunities, and inspire a renewed commitment towards building a transformed, sustainable, and globally competitive funeral services industry for South Africa and the African continent. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makape. Indeed, we can see that our government is behind enterprise development, job creation, economic growth, and it is so endearing to hear your commitment for the programs that are available for the Funeral Practitioners Association and industry at large. There's something that you mentioned before you sat down. You talked about the power of connection, collaboration, and working together. And right now, I'd like for each and every one of you to look next to you and introduce yourself formally to the person you're sitting next to, because networking is what drives business growth. In 60 seconds, counting. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Show of hand if you're done. That was impressive. Almost 80% of the room connecting, collaborating, getting to know each other. And this is how we move the industry forward, by leveraging the power of networking. Our previous speaker highlighted the importance of skills development to create capability. Enterprise development will definitely take the industry forward by creating opportunities that not only grow each and everyone's business, but scales the industry for generations to come. And as we continue strengthening this industry, access to support, to growth, and sustainability becomes very critical. I found myself Googling the word aquamation. I've never heard that word before. Raise a hand if you know what is aquamation. There's probably 10 hands in this room. So if yesterday was looking at the purpose and the significance of this industry, today we are looking at the future and what will sustain this industry. The gentleman I'm going to call forward, he is an expert in funeral service, and he continues to contribute meaningfully to discussions around sustainability and service improvement. The key word being sustainability. the General Manager of Funeral Services, FBOB, Mr. Peter van der West Hazen. Got it right. He gave me a thumbs up. Mr. Peter van der West Hazen is the General Manager of FBOB, Funeral Services, one of South Africa's leading funeral service providers. And he's going to come on stage and talk to us about what will sustain this industry into the future. Please, let's give him a warm round of applause. I should be playing Welcome, Mr. West, Mr. West, Mr. West. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Over to you.
I must say, I look much better in the magazine than this photo, though. Yeah, so I thought this morning, we can talk a lot about different ways. Thank you. What is this? My security button? Oh, is that for the presentation? Oh, you're too kind. Okay. If I press it very hard, then it goes twice. Okay, good stuff. Thank you so much. So, I love the way that I was announced as an expert in sustainability. But thank you for that. My name is Peter van der Westhuizen. I'm actually been with FBOB now for 13 years. And as I normally joke, I'm now at the underground division and no longer on the insurance side because that's my background. I studied actuarial science. And today I'm here to talk to you about accumulation. But before we start there, I've got a personal question for you. Who wants to live forever? Okay, not many people. That's sad. I, for one, would love to live forever. But we know that will not be possible. Currently in South Africa, if you pass on, you've got 3 choices to make before you die on the way that they must dispose of you. First, burial. Who made the decision to be buried? Okay, also not many. How many of you or made the decision to be cremated? Okay, there are already a few. And then how many of you made the decision to be acclimated? Okay, that coincides with the question, who knows about acclimation? But more importantly, if you go and have a look at research, they say it's very important that the people that needs to deal with your death actually are part of that decision. Because your decision, and let's just give an example, let's say you're totally against being buried, you want to be cremated, but your loved ones or your family say, no, goodness, we want to bury you. We can't cremate you because we will feel traumatized by cremating you. So that decision is a very important life decision that needs to be happening with, or needs to be taken with family members who actually deals with your funeral afterwards. So it's just a point of discussion. Maybe somebody else will talk to that later on. Okay. So what is acclimation? And you can read the slide. You can read the slides if you want to. I'm not sure whether you can see it. But acclimation is actually a water-based process where we put the deceased in a stainless steel chamber. Instead of going into a crematorium, into a retort where we literally burn the body to ash, you go into a stainless steel chamber, which we call the process of acclimation, or you can refer to alkaline hydrolysis. We place the body into this chamber and we close it and we heat the water to temperatures between 93 and 180 degrees. But because the machine is under pressure, the water doesn't boil. Then we add a strong alkali to the process. Okay, I see this gentleman, he's just shaking his head. So what do we do? During that process, and I mean, if you go and read, they say 3 to 16 hours. I can tell you between 6 and 8 hours, depending on the size of the individual. The body gets broken down into its original form. Okay, so if you have questions, and I know I can't see to the back, just put up your hand. As we go along, I will try and field whatever questions comes my way. Okay. So if you think in our cultures, or most of our cultures, fire and funeral service don't go along. People don't necessarily enjoy the thoughts of cremating a loved one, and then you are left with ashes. But water mentally is also a much softer process. So from a decision point of view, it might sit better with most people. All right, so after we have broken down the deceased into its original components, what's left are your big bones. Now, if you look at the cremation process, that's more or less the same that happens. By fire, we break down the body into its original format, and what's left are the big bones. Both cremation and alkaline hydrolysis or aquamation give you bones without DNA. So there's literally nothing left. It's only the bones. Now it comes to the question, if you read the papers, there's questions. How do I know? How do I know what it is? When you get the ashes, there's nothing left of the individual in those ashes besides the ash. Okay, so now we, as the operators of an aquamation machine, sits with these soft and slightly soggy bones that's left. Okay, then that goes through a process where it gets dried. Okay, as soon as it's dried, we put it through a cremulator. Now the big bones are your knees and your hips and part of your skull and. Now that goes through a cremulator, and that is the ash that we present to the family. So the cremulator makes it grinds it into a fine powder form, pure white. And don't get it confused, it's still ashes, but it's pure white. Okay. When you get cremated, the same sort of thing happens. The big bones are left. Okay. But they're already dry, so we don't need to dry them, and it goes through a cremulator. So when you read where they are commentators, without naming these guys, we say our families are not getting all the ashes. We must also be fair to our customers who make a decision to be cremated or aquamated, to tell them, listen, this is the process. We can't give you all the ashes if we cremate, because there's coffin and all kinds of material in it. What you actually get is the big bones, which has been powdered or been put through a cremulator where you get the ash. Okay, so let's go back to the process. So the deceased now in the chamber, we heat the water, the body is broken down. After 6 hours, we open the chamber. What do we do with the water? Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's a strong alkali that goes into the, okay, there's the machine. Just to give you some context what I'm talking about. So that's the steel chamber where we put the deceased in. The deceased goes into a very specific bag that we place into the machine, and then the process starts. So once we're done, we're sitting with the bones and water that has a high alkali content. Hopefully there's some scientists that can understand the process. So what do we now need to do to get the water back to neutral, pH 7? Because the water you drink there, pH 7, more or less. Okay, how do we get back to that? So now we need to put an acid, not a strong acid, we need to add acid to the water to get the water back to a pH 7. Then that water goes back into the system. It's pure water. There's small peptides in the water, but there's I can hear the laughs. And if people challenge me to that, I say, okay, fine. What happens in hospitals? Let's talk about that. What happens to water in hospitals? What happened to water in butcheries? Let's just contemplate it. The water gets cleaned again before we use it. So, okay. I can see the guys are laughing. But that's literally, most processes that we as humans are doing, or if you go to the nuts and bolts of it, the stuff we eat, you also go, and if you really find out how the process works, you may think, well, that bologna is no longer that great. But okay, we're not that food. But there is a process, and we need to get rid of the the water that's left. But remember, very importantly, there's no DNA of any human left. Not in the bones, not in the water. Nada, nothing. There's nothing remaining of you as an individual. Okay. So what do? We actually speed up the normal process. All right. Okay. Okay. So I already spoke about the preparation, how it works. Very important. So if you cremate and a person has a pacemaker, that pacemaker will explode. Okay. So we need to remove any implants in a human before we do a cremation. With alkaline hydrolysis, no longer needed. All right. So I spoke about the drain, I spoke about the rinse. We need to clean the machine after every use, and we use it for the next customer. The major challenge currently for any business operating alkaline hydrolysis is cost. The machines are very, very expensive, and the process is long. So you can only deal with so many deceased at once or during one day, which make the process fairly expensive. As a business, we made a decision that we will not charge customers more for the process. But unfortunately for us, or for any business running alkaline hydrolysis, it is an expensive process because of the volumes that the machine can do. I think as technology will improve over time, you'll most probably get machines that will work at higher capacity than what we currently get. The machines are imported from the USA or Australia currently. We've got a few facilities and we use different types of machines at our locations. Okay, so just from a chemical point of view, I spoke about the alkali. We use potassium hydroxide. We mix it with water at a 1:5 concentration, which creates this high alkaline environment. This chemistry, and I mentioned it earlier, is just to speed up the natural process. It's the same chemistry that happens when you're in soil and you decompose. Right, so we break down the fats and the proteins. I spoke about your DNA, there's nothing left. The byproducts, the water, like I said, it's 95% sterile liquids. It contains a little bit of amino acids, peptides, and sugars. Then 5% bone, and we make the effluent, the water, pH neutral before it goes back into the system. We are drying the bones and we present that for ash for the family. So why did we decide to go this route? It's 90% more energy efficient. We don't burn. There's less CO2 going into the atmosphere. We have to look after the planet by hook or by crook. If we know as South Africans we're running out of space for burial purposes, and I know every conference I attend that has to do with the funeral industry, government is asking us to look at alternatives. We're running out of space. We compete with space for housing, agriculture. We need to have a look at alternatives. If cremation is not an alternative and it's not good for the earth, then we need to look at alternatives such as alkaline hydrolysis. Okay. So there are additional benefits for families, but I need to make it clear. For a family that made a decision whether to aquamate or cremate, they basically get ashes back. So it's a process. If you go and ask people how cremation works, very few will be able to tell you except that, yeah, we know you burn the body to ashes. People are quite interested to understand how alkaline hydrolysis works because it's new. I can see in 10 years' time, nobody will want to know how the process works anymore. It will just be part of who we are as a society. Okay. So, all right, for funeral providers, lower operating cost per cycle, which is true. But like I say, the machine currently, because we import it into South Africa, it's fairly expensive. You can run it after you get permission from your local authority. You can run it from your current premises. It's not like you need now to build a different site as for cremation. You normally move cremation outside the suburb into industrial area as by law, but for this you can do it at your current premises. So there's actually a huge cost saving in terms of your premises that you can offset against the cost to your customer. All right, so public health, all pathogens are destroyed in this process. Cremation, most pathogens are destroyed, but this process, all burial, some pathogens are destroyed after the process of burial. So unfortunately with burial space, we still contaminate the soil in that specific area. All right, so just if we look at aquamation, CO2 emissions, very low. Energy use, like I mentioned, very low. We don't use land except for where we utilize the machine. There's no mercury going to the air. We destroy all pathogens. We give a substantial amount of ash back to the customer, and if they want more, there's obviously more. The ash is pure white, as I mentioned. Duration 3 to 16 hours. Our experience say 6 to 8 hours. That's how long it takes to break down a body. And the cost is moderate, but the machine is expensive, and that's where the offset of the cost happens. It's eco-friendly, 90% less energy, gentle, dignified. Think to yourself, put a body in a stream of water, and the water that feeds the body or runs over the body breaks down the body in time. This process just shortened, same process. There's a growing adoption. I mean, from our side, we get a lot of inquiries of people actually wanting to find out more about this process instead of cremation, which makes us happy because it is much cleaner. I don't know whom of you ever visited a crematorium. This is much softer, much cleaner than a crematorium. Then it's legal in the USA, in 25 plus states, Canada, UK, Australia, and South Africa, incidentally. We still struggle to get national legislation combined with local legislation. So national legislation legislates the process of alkaline hydrolysis. But the actual operational processes, how you apply for a license, how you get approval from your local council, there's some glitches in some of the cities that we're dealing with because the process is not yet clear in legislation. So our facilities currently are in PE, Cape Town, Pretoria, Germiston. That's where we installed this and where we got most of our permissions. So ladies and gents, this is the process of alkaline hydrolysis. I hope there are a number of questions I can field. I was told there's a timer. I don't see the timer yet. But for now, I will continue to field questions until they stop me and say to me they had enough of me. You will tell me. 2 minutes. I've got 2 minutes to field 2 questions. Okay, fantastic. There are no questions. Oh, there is a question. And here. Okay, so wherever they, question here in the front row, I don't know whether you can maybe supply a mic, and then there's a lady there in a yellow jacket shirt, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Fanyana Kumalo from Gauteng. I've once had a client, I'm from K2M Funeral Services in Tembisa. I once had a client who wanted to do the aquamation. And I had to phone AFBOP because currently is the only company that is having the facilities and can afford to buy the equipment. But unfortunately, I was told that they only do that for their clients. And I think when you were discussing here, you actually mentioned that the cost is enormous. So basically, it excludes most of us that we cannot afford to have that based on the volume as well that we'll be doing. So I'm pleading with you to say, as we have done previously with the normal crematorium, that we're able as private undertakers to come to you, you charge us a fee, and you are able to assist us. And having the minister maybe here as well, that you'll be able as a government to assist us as well, to talk to you. Because at the end of the day, if we want to achieve the cleaner environment, you cannot achieve that alone, with your clients alone. We need, when the government says we must save land, they don't only refer to AFPOF clients, they refer to South African in general. So I'll plead with you or your board to really consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know there was also a question. Unfortunately, due to time, that will be the last question I will be able to field.
Thank you, sir. I'm Melita Machau from Free State. My question is based around cost. You did mention that, yes, the machinery is very expensive, and you also mentioned that currently you have decided not to charge the clients more. What I'd like to know is, what is not to charge the client more currently to your clients, which is more expensive? Is it cremation or aquamation? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so the cost is similar to what you'll pay for a grave fee. Currently, on the top of my head, it's approximately 3,000 Rand for the actual process of aquamation. And please, if it's 3.2 or 2.8, it could be, but it's around 3,000 Rand per cremation, which is very comparative to what you'll pay for a gravesite or for cremation. Is that answering your question? Thank you. Thank you very much for the time.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like I said earlier on, who knows the meaning, the definition, and the positive impact of aquamation? Thank you very much, Mr. Van Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen. Got that right. So this weekend, I was watching, as we usually do on social media, and one of the celebrities, movie celebrities from the United States, visited South Africa and was in the Cape Winelands. And as I follow the story, looking at this black-owned wine farm, how beautiful it is and how much it has grown since the last time she was in South Africa with her father. Her father has since passed. And one of the things she posted online, Gabriella Union, is that she came to bury her father's ashes on the vineyard that they planted a few years ago when they visited. And so when I read about aquamation and I read about sustainability when it comes to burial, I wondered, are we going to have funeral burial sites that have got amazing trees that are growing and keeping a legacy that every family visits, trims the tree, sits on the shade of that tree? And so we wonder, what is the future of the industry? And those who are still wondering, Safpa, uyasithanda Safpa. The guest that I'm about to introduce has traveled 9,000 kilometers to be in South Africa. If you are not Zulu, please ask the person next to you to know. And so, as we seek to advance this industry and learn from across the globe, the lady I'm about to introduce, I called her the Beyonce of the funeral practitioners industry. She hails all the way from Bolivia. Who knows where Bolivia is in the world map? Only 2 or 3 people, and someone says only the person from Bolivia, no. And she hails from South America. Her name is Miss Teresa Saavedra Andrade. And she said to me, you've got to pronounce it with that accent. Saavedra Andrade. She's the co-founder of Parque de la Memorias, which is the first private garden cemetery and previously served as president of Fiat IFTA, the world's leading funeral services organization, a well-recognized leader in this industry globally. She's advancing innovation, international collaboration, and best practices within the funeral services. Please, won't you put a grandest, warmest South African welcome to the Beyonce of the funeral industry.
Buenos días a todos. Sawubona. Thank you very much for that introduction, Program Director. I just told her that I don't quite meet the expectations of Beyonce because of height and mainly because of years, but I will do my best. Good morning, distinguished government authorities, distinguished President Dr. Nomfundo, leaders of Safpa, Safpa members, all of the provincial delegates, international delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a profound honor and a deeply emotional privilege to stand before you today here in South Africa, a country whose history, cultural richness, resilience, and transformation continue to inspire the world. I would first like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Mfundo Makoyi-Zondo, the president of Safpa, the leadership, and to every person whose dedication, vision, and hard work have made this historic event possible. You have not only achieved the organization of an industry gathering, you created a milestone. You are opening a space where profession will reflect on its own, where experience will meet innovation, where tradition will meet the future, where global realities will meet global perspectives, and where the funeral profession claims with dignity and much confidence the rightful place within the broader conversation of sustainable cities, cultural continuity, and human development. The theme of this conversation, raising standards, strengthening the profession, and driving innovation for a sustainable future, could not be more appropriate at this time. The future we are discussing today has already begun. In our cemeteries, in our funeral homes, in our environmental realities, in our changing expectations of families, in the pressure of urban expansion, in the conversation surrounding sustainability, and in the growing awareness that our profession must evolve while it remains always deeply human. If you can help me to, is this the one? This the one. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about vertical solutions. And this is not a fact just about buildings. It will not be only about space. It will not be only about efficiency. It is about memory. It's about identity. It is about this future that has a relationship between cities and remembrances. It is about whether human societies will continue to preserve places for reflection, for mourning, for ritual, and continuity within increasing dense and accelerated. So it's going to be about mourning, about ritual, about continuity, with increasingly dense and accelerated urban environments. And ultimately, it's going to be how the human, all of us, choose to honor our dead in this rapid changing world. Throughout history, the way societies have treated their departed has revealed something fundamental about how we understand life itself. Funeral practices are never operational systems. We are mirrors of civilization. They reflect our beliefs, our fears, our architecture, our social structures, our relationship with the land, our understanding of family, and our interpretation of memory and transcendence. And this is why the funeral profession occupies a deeper role, much larger than what anyone out in society can still think. We are not service providers. We are custodians of memory, guardians of ritual, protectors of continuity, and more, we are the main role players in planning our future cities. Our responsibility is tremendous. My journey began more than 3 decades ago in my country, Bolivia, South America. We were the first ones to have the first garden private cemetery in the country. At this time, many people continue to see our cemeteries as just static places, but these places can never be isolated from society. They evolve together with society. As cities transform, cemeteries transform. As cultures evolve, memorialization evolves. As environmental pressures increase, burial systems must change. As architecture advances, spaces for remembrance must be reimagined. During my works at an international field at ATPAR, the Latin American Association of Cemeteries and Funeral Services, or the World Organization, or at the UNESCO working with funeral heritage, or at the United Nations working with ECOSOC, all of these related fields are and must be treated to collaborate with one another independently and collectively. Every civilization on Earth since the beginning of mankind has looked for ways to preserve memory. The Egyptians have built pyramids. The Romans developed catacombs beneath the dense urban settlements. Medieval Europe integrated burial within churches and sacred urban cemeteries. In Latin America, generations have embraced some type of vertical niche systems long before modern sustainability movement emerged. And across Asia, obviously, because of the highly densely populated cities, more and more are we looking into land scarcity and how to solve this. But I think my most important example is here in this continent, and that is in the Panya Saidi caves, where this child was laid to rest 78,000 years ago in the most delicate, gentle way. And that is part of our profession that we must never forget. So let us begin to see what we are trying to do overseas. So I believe that there is a very big difference, and it's not only words, when we look up, when we look at. When we look up, we always have the tendency to admire, to see a trend, to see something we like. But when we look at, we are looking at our own realities, at our own situation, and the different factors that are going to make us decide. So I believe that the perfect combination is looking up and looking at. And obviously this is going to allow us to better set our goal. I also have the tendency, and I do repeat myself in the following sense. I believe that all of us that are here today, and I am so delighted to see so many young people, this profession is not something that we chose. I am certain that this profession chose us. And because this profession chose us, the question is actually not why. The question is what for? What are here? What do we do for our profession? What are we going to give about ourselves to this profession? And believe me, this profession will give us back the greatest lessons that life has. Because I believe, not because I am only part of this noble profession, but I strongly believe that there is no other profession that can put us on a day-to-day basis facing the fragility of life. And that should give us all the unique opportunity to always be at our best, to always be on time to say the right words, whether it is to apologize, whether it is to say, I love you, whether it is to say even the simplest things. This will allow us to always have the perfect mindset for the goals that we are to reach. And this is why I personally refuse to say that we are the industry of the end of life. We are the industry that takes care of the complete life cycle. Once somebody has passed away, that is part of our identity, of our culture, of our values. And this is why I believe since that beginning, since the day we were born, until the day, not that it ends, but the day we transcend, according to our beliefs, whatever that might be, we have an important goal to face. I took a look at some data of South Africa in particular, and you are facing the same situation as every other country in the world. I come from a country only of 11 million in population. The other day we looked at how much South Africa has, and I believe you have 1,222,000 square kilometers, and my country has 1,098,000 square kilometers. And we are also beginning to face problems in our cities because of the migration of the urban population into our cities. Cemeteries are obviously beginning to get not only full, not operational, but sometimes our authorities in certain countries are beginning to regulate so that we may occupy spaces more outside of the city. And I do believe this is a pending conversation because if you tend us to move out too far into the city, we might be cutting important ritual and traditions which are embedded in our identity. So as we look at this reality, what can we do? And is really the trend going vertical, going into the sky? Is that really what we need to do? So obviously, our cemetery land in this case is going to be competing with every other urban need. Housing, schools, hospitals, everything is going to be on that way, on that planning. And trying to get especially new permits in certain countries in many cities is becoming harder and harder because of this situation. So families do require something that is local, that is familiar, that is something that they can relate to. So these are some of the solutions that we can think of. The memorial model options have been around us for ages. Perhaps we haven't perceived them, but even if we look at the pyramids of Egypt, those pointed to the sky. If we look to the influence we had in Latin America when the Spaniards arrived, we began to bury in niches in the churches because we believed that Ad Sanctos model would take us closer to the saints, closer to God. So that is a little bit familiar to us, but if you look, those models have always existed. In the 1980s, in our continent in Brazil, that model was built, which is a cemetery which hosts not only full body interment, but obviously ashes, because in those days, slowly and slowly, we began to think about cremation as an option. In Hong Kong, you will find, obviously, and I think Dr. Namfunda was recently there, you will find beautiful buildings that also integrate and blend perfectly into the site of the city and also in Europe. But we thought that even though we are a population of only 11 million, and we are already having this problem, and furthermore, because of this great opportunity and this privilege that I have had to travel throughout the 5 continents, I have visited more than 100 cemeteries, we thought that one of the most important things that we can do, not only for our cemeteries, but our funeral parlors and just about everything we do, is to always try to be a step ahead. Our country has very little regulation, The regulation that it actually has for private cemeteries until today is the one that we were able to put together for our authorities, and after us, of course, other companies have followed. But in other areas, we have tried to be at that front step because we think that is the best way not only to serve, but it is also the best way to guarantee that we are always trying to think about our families way ahead. The idea of building a building has to have a lot of studies. Do not think it is just a trend and we get a whole bunch of engineers and architects and we begin a building. Because if not, we might be trapped, and I'll show you later on, in trying to go up might also create a problem. So I think that the project has to face a lot of not only standards, those best practices around the world, and it needs to mainly integrate and to see if our societies are ready for this change, if our societies will have acceptance, if this does not interrupt tradition, if it doesn't interrupt our religion, our beliefs. And so we created this first project in 2017, launched it in 2018, yet we will right now begin the building. And we also decided to do 2 buildings in our country simultaneously. One, which will be just a building that you are about to see, and the second one will be placed in our garden cemetery so that we can have a combination. The reason why we chose the first one just to be a building is because in that city specifically, Bolivia has 3 zones. We have the highlands, we have the valleys, and we have the Amazon basin. In the Amazon basin, our people are extremely progressive, always very open, ready to accept changes very easily. So we thought that there, after all the studies that we did, the best thing would be just to go with a high-rise building. So this is what we came up with. I don't know. No. I don't know how the video plays there.
Smaller, easily accessible and navigable components, similar to distinct urban sectors embedded in a unifying city fabric. The concept is based on a dialogue between volumes made of 2 drastically different materials and the empty space in the middle. The design premise stems from the 4 fundamental principles. The building will have an urban, vertical, iconic, and green character. This semi-open space serves as the entrance to the building. The heart of the building is a circular plaza intended for the most representative use of the building, such as administration and special activities. The upper floors will be destined to potentially more exclusive areas. The grouping system of the tombs allows the distribution of both open and private spaces. In a circular landscape is a boundary between the frantic rhythm of the city and the timeless interior space. The vertical dream space is structured along the terraces around the oval concentric space. The concept of landscaping consists of specific green elements that can be accompanied by different programs. The facade is subdivided into areas whose heights correspond to the division of the floors. The external skin is semi-transparent and therefore allows optimal ventilation. Apart from generating interesting spaces with two different ambiances, this could be considered a metaphor for cemetery, a place between two worlds, dead and living. Our project recognizes them both as different and bonds them together within one structure by finding a place for utilities and public spaces.
So this concept in the city of Santa Cruz, like I was telling you, what we don't want to do is at all break the tradition and the rituality, which is still very, very high in our country. We still want this space to be a space of reflection, but as long as we're doing that, this will be centered, the one I showed you previously, will be centered in right, not nearly the middle, but it's a city that is circumference. So this will be located within the city. It is meant to be iconic. It is meant to be part of the city. And it is meant also that when you visit the city of Santa Cruz, among the different things that you want to visit, you say, I want to go visit that cemetery. It blends in perfectly. It is totally sustainable. It is green. And because that city is tropical, then all of those details have been taken into consideration. But above all, once again, what we want this is to be a natural environment, a space for reflection, a space of silence where we will not be interrupting what our people believe in. In the second example that I want to show you, and this is for us our main project, and that both are being simultaneously constructed, is this is our garden cemetery. But in our garden cemetery, we thought that for a second phase, we should do the same thing. Do an emblematic building in a way that, once again, beyond right now, all the recognition and the awards that we have won in building the landscape and everything, we should also do something in high-rise. And so this is the concept that we have developed. And we have sought outside collaboration with this idea, and it's easy maybe to say in words, but believe me and trust me, what you have been repeating here the past days, it is so important and so very important, I repeat it again, for us to collaborate. Information does not belong to me. It should be shared amongst us, between us, and in every single way. Not only the challenges that we face and the errors that we have made, but our successes and our best practices. That is the only way that we can ensure that our continuity as a group throughout the world continues to be one that advances at what is required today. So for these two, we required two different architectural firms because of this sense of iconity that we wanted. So the first one has been designed by Demuden in Swiss. They are a Swiss firm, widely recognized. And this second belongs to a Bolivian architect, but who worked for a very long time with Zaha Hadid. So this is why we have these open concepts, circular. And the reason why we chose circular for both is, once again, because that comes from our ancestral roots. In our ancestral roots, life and death are only opposite sides of the same cycle. And so the round represents, I think, like in many cultures, that cycle that is always never ending. And so that is why we chose to have this circular form. You told me the video again? Sorry.
首先，我代表中国殡葬同仁，预祝非洲殡葬大会圆满成功，预祝在座的各位及家人们身体健康。福寿园是中国首座以人文为主题的现代陵园，坐落在陵园内的现代博物馆、人文纪念馆，建筑面积达1万平方米。它不仅是一座纪念生命的丰碑，更是一处连接历史与未来、城市与距离的精神坐标。我始终认为，陵园不应该是封闭的，而应该具备深刻的社会性和公共属性。尽管生命是短暂的，但通过
Or maybe we can go ahead and show this video and then the other one. These spaces that we're building, beyond having, they're going to be built modular, meaning that we are going to not only use the different materials according to what our people like best, but it's going to have full internment and obviously only ashes. And in Bolivia, before COVID, we only had 1% of a cremation rate throughout the country. Today, after COVID, we are only about 5%, but still in our company, we have crematoriums that meet the Japanese and the European standards. And once again, we are doing that even though the country does not have specific regulations for that. So I hope that our tech people can help us so we can show the other video. Okay. And this one is in my hometown in Cochabamba, Bolivia. I don't know what happened.
首先，我代表中国殡葬同仁，预祝非洲殡葬大会圆满成功，预祝在。
The one before, I'm sorry.
Your video is only 2 seconds. Hence why it starts and then it cuts.
Something cut? No worries. Okay. So I will go back. Okay. We're having trouble here with technology. They tell me that something's happening with the video. But anyway, it is circular once again. It will be sustainable. It will be a green building. And in all of our buildings, we not only have the interment section, but obviously the funeral halls will function here. Multi-functional rooms will also be here, pharmacies, libraries, childcare, and we are trying to blend most of the activities that usually happen in a same building. I think that is the purpose. A couple of years ago, we also did something which I think enhances collaboration between the funeral industry per se. We created something that is called Brother Cemeteries, and we partnered with Fushu Yuan, which is the biggest China provider in services, in funeral services, and in cemeteries. And we based ourselves saying if we share our knowledge, our best practices, and all of our different issues that we have, then even though I come from a very small country on the other side of the ocean in China, we have 11 million and they have 1,400 million people. And actually 1 Bolivia dies every year in China. So they are also thinking about this problem with land, because as you know, since Mao came into power many years ago, cremation became something that must substitute and has substituted completely land internment. So they are also working on high-rise buildings, and this is an example of this collaboration, what is going on in China. Oh my God. so sorry, but it doesn't play. Fernanda, I don't know why it's not playing the video.
Video, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna wait.
在座的各位及家人们身体健康。福寿园是中国首座以人文为主题的现代陵园，坐落在陵园内的现代博物馆、人文纪念馆，建筑面积达1万平方米。它不仅是一座纪念生命的丰碑，更是一处连接历史与未来、城市与距离的精神坐标。我始终认为，陵园不应该是封闭的，而应该具备深刻的社会性和公共属性。尽管生命是短暂的，但通过凝固的艺术建筑，使我们的生命达到永恒。在这里，我预祝大会圆满成功，同时期待着与各位的交流，期望着你们到中国，我们开展殡葬行业的交流，为殡葬的未来发展共筑前程。谢谢大家。
So once again, I think we can achieve more dignity per square meter, but the objective was always be what is best for our families. This is why I think this question must be posed most responsibly so that we can be able to do things that, above all, serve the families in the most dignified way. It's not a matter of thinking that maybe we are far behind and there's still much to do. I think that there are a lot of factors that must be in time so that we are allowed to make decisions which are not only the best and appropriate for our families, but for our societies, our communities, our countries, and globally. So we feel that a bad vertical cemetery is worse than our traditional cemeteries. And we say that mainly because of the reasons that if these projects are not thoroughly thought about, beyond obviously the cost and the finance and the impact that will have in families, is it still a place of reflection? Is it still a place of silence? Are we contributing to that embedded society with its rituals? Are we not maybe interrupting? Is today the right time? Is maybe tomorrow something that we should wait to further do? Obviously, these are risks that must be assessed very carefully so that we do not make a mistake. And I think in your case, it's also a question because I find that your country and throughout Africa, very much like Latin America, you still have rituals and beliefs that are very much woven into your society. So the question really is, do we really need to build a vertical cemetery? And if this is the time because of what is happening to our cities, then let us take all of these factors into consideration. Let us not leave not one behind, because these things need to continue to shape memory. They need to shape ritual. They need to shape an experience. They need to be thought in every single way. This is why design will matter. We don't want a building that tomorrow will also be part of something that is forgotten. You want to build something that will last, that will continue, that will endure. And I think this is the most important question that we all need to ask ourselves. I know that because of the time constraints, there might be a lot of questions or things, but please, I am more than open to reach out. And once again, I am so happy to be here and to share our experience. And once again, I recommend, especially for the young people, I hope that this profession totally finds you passionate about it, because once again, like I said at the beginning, there is no other profession that will teach you the life lessons like this profession does. Thank you so very much. And as I finish, these are some of the conditions that you need to think. But once again, I am more than happy to share all of this with you at any given time. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. You've got gifts, right? Yes. Please. Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Technology did challenge us, and I'm super excited that the next speaker will talk to us about the integration of technology in our funeral industry. Now, when you travel from 9,000 kilometers far from South Africa, you don't come empty-handed. So Ms. Teresa would like a moment to express her gratitude for the invitation by inviting two people on stage to gift them. First will be our president of Safpa, Nomfundo Mkoyi-Zondo. Thank you so much. Come forward. Please help me. Thank you. You can stand. I'd like a mic, please. A mic, please.
Hello. Dear Dr. Nomfundo, dear sister, I wanted to give you this symbolic gift because it represents your vision, your eyes that have looked beyond the horizon. And that is so very important, not only for your leadership, for Safpa, but for all of your community and your country. And to always look at the details, because our profession always demands that we look at every single detail. The silver represents the metal of my country, the wealth of values, and the wealth of strength and compassion that should always guide you. So we present this to you symbolically with our love. Thank you. Thank you.
Please stay and hold the stage while I call the second guest to receive a gift. That is our Deputy President, Advocate D. McLean. Please come on stage and receive a gift.
Well, to the Safpa leadership, we would like to present this plaque with our highest consideration and esteem, Parque de las Memorias, in recognition for your exceptional contribution. Your commitment has elevated the profession, honoring its purpose with dignity, compassion, and lasting examples for others to follow. This is truly a milestone. This comes with our friendship and our constant collaboration. Bravo, Safpa. That means congratulations.
And how much? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
And in that second, I learned muchas gracias from Miss Teresa Saavedra Andrade. Please give her a big clap of hands. Thank you. It is indeed in our culture that when you are visiting, you come bearing fruits and you come bearing gifts. So thank you very much. We've taken quite a ride on our program, a stretch from the enterprise development, sustainability. We've looked at the aquamation, and right now we are joining two industries, and it is incredible to see financial services industry and telecommunications joining forces to create innovative ways of distributing information and drive the financial growth of South Africa. Our next speaker is Julius Sikuza. He hails from the Sanlam company, which is one of the legacy companies in South Africa. He's an executive there and he leads a joint venture between MTN and Sanlam, focusing on building scalable embedded finance and insurance solutions across South Africa. He's passionate about leveraging technology-enabled ecosystems to drive financial inclusion, economic participation, and sustainable growth across Africa. Please won't you give Julius Sikuza a warm round of applause as he comes on stage.
Molweni. Bravo, Safpa, bravo. Bravo, Safpa, bravo. Viva, Safpa, viva. Viva, Safpa, viva. Molweni, bantu bakuthi niphilile nonke. Dumelang, lekai, absheni, nda, Molweni nonke. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Greetings to all the dignitaries. Sis Nomfundo, Dr. Nomfundo Mkoi, the executive of Safpa, the provincial leadership, ministers, heads of departments, and everybody present here today. Thank you for the opportunity. I am indeed quite passionate about technology, but I think before technology, I'm passionate about people. And before people, I'm actually passionate about seeing successful businesses in our communities. And I don't think there is a business, as Usisiwetu from Bolivia has said, that is closer to people than the business of funeral. It is one that I'm deeply passionate about and one that I've been involved in for years. So putting aside my Sanlam hat and corporate hat as MTN, this is a business that's very, very close to my heart. So I want to begin by acknowledging the important role that funeral parlors play in South Africa as custodians of dignity, culture, and compassion. I think the previous speaker before me, when he spoke to issues of culture, how we bury amasiko etu, is very important in healing families during the most difficult moments. And that role has to be recognized. Thank you for that. I also recognize that the funeral industry is deeply woven into our social fabric. Every community up in South Africa, a lokshini, a towni, you will definitely find a funeral parlor. And a funeral parlor owner is one of the most respected, honored, dignified roles in a community. And that itself also needs to be recognized. I want to emphasize, with that said, that the industry has changed significantly over the years, with increasing regulation, pressure from the expectations of our customers. Abantu just don't want to be buried with inkomo and a tent anymore. People want to be buried with fancy cars. It has to be an event. And the industry exists within that context, balancing cultural relevance and also changing consumer and customer trends, but also ever-increasing regulation and partnership between regulators, insurers, the customer, and the community at large. So this calls for the industry to indeed raise the professional standards, strengthen the way that it works, but more than anything to also innovate around the working of the funeral parlor industry and sector, so that we indeed have sustainable businesses going forward. In raising the standards across the industry, I want to point out that it's not about excluding smaller operators. So when you raise the standards, it's not about including smaller operators, but about uplifting the entire industry and protecting the consumer. Professionalism elevates the reputation of all funeral parlors and makes sure that they are sustainable going forward. Strengthening the profession is about collaboration between funeral parlors and everybody who plays in the sector, whether you're building coffins, providing fleet, or an insurer. So strengthening the profession really speaks to those elements. It also, for me, means we need to highlight the need to attract younger professionals in the sector, develop modern skills in technology, finance, customer experience, and operations. And I'll do a deep dive on technology, which is why I am here today. Excuse me. Also, we need to focus on empowering women, youth within the funeral services value chain, and also speak about how parlors are increasingly becoming community institutions that offer emotional support, financial guidance, and social stability. And in driving for innovation, I have to emphasize that the funeral industry will belong to those who innovate and adapt. The funeral industry will belong to those who innovate and adapt. And then that introduces my main topic for today. We hear a lot about innovation in technology, and much has been said about how Africa is still behind in the innovation acceleration curve. We hear our government speaking about 4IR, but how does that become relevant to us in the funeral sector? And what do we need to do to move forward in that regard? Yesterday in the masterclass, I spoke about us having, when we classify the funeral sector, we have 4 types of funeral players in the industry. We have very small burial societies and churches, which still operate in much of a very manual way, servicing very small customer bases. As you move up the maturity scale, you get a funeral parlor that is digitized, at least in the premium collection, and maybe has a system for administration. Then your third level, you get funeral parlors that are quite developed, have integration of technology end to end, but still can improve on their journey. And I think on the fourth one, an industry player that connects everyone are the administrators. And lastly, you have your insurers. But then what does this mean for a sector that needs to evolve? A sector that needs to evolve, but also still include all of these various players in the value chain, creating trust, creating transparency, creating better customer experiences, creating better compliance to regulation and standards, but also creating a platform for the industry to learn, collaborate, and find solutions. On learning and collaboration, there is this existing tension between funeral practitioners and parlors and insurers as they, quote unquote, compete for the customer. And today I want to emphasize that we are not in competition, but more that we are in a joint venture to alleviate and to contribute, to transform and to enhance the standards of the sector so that we can all be better for our common customer. And technology will give us that capability not only to operate and create efficiencies in our own businesses, but to create a transparency between all the various players. Who is the customer? Who is the insurer? And who is the funeral service provider or practitioner? Who most importantly holds the relationship, the most important relationship as a channel and a conduit to the customer. The customer didn't come to an insurer to buy a service or to buy a product. That came to you to buy a product and a service. You are the ultimate custodian of that customer in terms of providing the service that they came to buy. In the back end, you move that risk to an insurer. In insuring or making sure that at the time of death or some eventuality, you are able to honor that service that the customer bought. But somehow over the years, this relationship has become very complicated and very, very conflated. But it is a necessary relationship in South Africa because the customer that we are selling to cannot at the time of death afford the services to bury their people in a dignified manner. It is not a relationship that exists out of tension, but one maybe that exists out of necessity because we have the common good of the customer in mind. How does technology then help us to work better in ensuring that we're servicing the customer and we have a very clear relationship between us as insurers and yourselves as practitioners, but ultimately with the regulator? I just want to walk through the funeral value chain, starting with acquisition of customers, premium collection, policy administration, and finally claims management. Many of us are still operating in paper-based manual processes, acquiring customers using papers, capturing manually, and then moving that on to the office, consolidating the branch at the branch, sending that to the insurer also then captures, and sometimes they make a mistake, and 83 becomes 88, 97 becomes 79, and at claim stage we have a problem when it's time to deliver a service. All of which is unnecessary. What we really need to move to as an industry is adopting the appropriate technologies at each place of the value chain, empowering our agents and salespeople with the right tools and devices, the right software and capabilities to capture at source. Capture at source and almost straight through process to the underwriter. Straight through process with the underwriter with oversight from the funeral parlor practitioner, making sure that throughout the value chain, you are able to see which customer signed up at which branch for which product and what ultimately is registered at the insurer. That just speaks to the basic relationship that should exist between the practitioner, the insurer, and the customer. But over and above that, there now exist technologies that can improve the efficiencies within your own operations. Why is this necessary? We are more and more facing financial pressure, economic pressure. The customers cannot afford what they want to buy. So we have two choices. Either as practitioners, we increase the cost of our services, which means more and more people cannot afford what we are selling, or we lower our standards just to meet the higher price of distribution. But the other way is that by integrating technology, we can bring efficiencies into your business so that your processes run more efficiently and cost less money. For example, premium collection. Collecting cash and banking cash can be digitized to make it easier for you to manage the money, less security costs, and so forth. The administration of paper, instead of having rooms and rooms full of people who are capturing papers, you can do this via technology, which lowers the cost of distribution, the cost of policy management, and the cost of managing the claims and your business ultimately. Over and above that, when you look at the full funeral value chain, there's other needs that can be made easier through technology. Fleet management, asset management, financial structuring, as well as reporting and management information systems, which gives you as a parlor owner and somebody who manages the business instant insights of how your business is performing. Where are your cars? Who is the best driving, who's the best performing driver? What is their petrol efficiency? What is their turnaround time from point A to point B? Where are all your assets? Anything from your cars, the equipment that you use for burial, couches, tents, chairs, all of these things can be tagged and can be tracked using technology. And then lastly, there's been much talk in the industry speaking about artificial intelligence and what does that mean? And what is the practical use of artificial intelligence in our spaces? I want to raise an important transformational point. Over and above the funeral parlors delivering a service, you are also owners of customer data. As owners of customer data, there are deep insights within that customer data. What do I mean by that? By the application of the right tools or artificial intelligence, you can devise specific strategies on what product is suitable for your customer. The new customer, as changing demographics are happening and a young customer walks in, you can recommend a product that is relevant to them based on the insights and data and insights and analytics that sit in your data. For your existing customers, you'll be easily identify which ones are underinsured, which premiums are at risk, which ones are overinsured, and which premiums need to be adjusted. Simply by allowing an integration of technology into your systems and into your customer base. But most importantly, you will be able to identify future needs of those customers. There was a debate yesterday around what products are still relevant in this space. For us to innovate sustainably is the only product we're going to sell for generations to come. Remaining, is it only going to be funeral cover? Do our people that walk through your door not need other financial services? Anything from transactional banking, loan consolidation, health and wellness. These are all the people that walk through your door. And it's a lost sales opportunity when that customer walks in, pays for your funeral policy, walks out, and then goes and pays a medical aid or hospital insurance when you are the trusted, dignified service provider in that community. And through technology, I'm inviting you that we can collaborate on creating new products that are relevant to your existing customer base, increasing not only your alternative revenues, but also your relevance and share of wallet to your customer as a key hub of financial wellness and a platform for dignified financial services in your communities. All of this enabled by technology. So my invitation to Safpa, as we drive for innovation, for sustainability, that in 40, 50 more years, 100 years from now, that Safpa and its members are not only seen as a conduit or a channel to an end member, not only seen as a one horse, one product institution, but rather through the implementation of technology, we are able to broadly address the needs of our customers. And inviting all of the industry players, competitors who are insurers, administrators, yourselves as funeral parlor practitioners who live in harmony next to each other in these communities and deliver services to the customers and segments and have done so for generations and continue to do so for generations more, that we collaborate on integrating technology in our space. Now, the weird thing about technology is once it's given, it needs to be used, number one, and secondly, it comes at a cost. I'm also inviting us as an association that we collaborate with each other. There's no need for Parlor 1 to create their own admin platform. Parlor 2 creates their own app. Parlor 3 creates their own premium collection capability. As an industry and association, we can create common platforms that are owned at an association level and are federated downstream. By federation, like everyone, what I mean by federation is that each one of the members can be enabled through that global agreement, through that global partnership, to have these technologies at a reasonable cost. So that we don't pull in different directions and all of us are repeating the same thing. I even challenge some of my competitors that we should do the same, so that we don't create complexity for the industry, that they know that this is the common solution that speaks to all insurers. This is for the greater good of the sector and the greater good of the customer. And then lastly, support in training, education, awareness, and updates. What are the latest trends and how do we evolve going forward? This is my invitation to the sector, my invitation to the association, so that we can become better, so that we can become sustainable in servicing our customers. I thank you for your time and really looking forward to having these conversations with you. I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, if I take questions or do I get off the platform?
One question,
The MC says 1 or 2 questions, if any. There is a question, a lady, 5th, right hand. Is anybody with a roving mic? Thank you, sir. There she is. Thank you, Bud.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. While we can appreciate young people now joining the industry and having to implement all of these great systems, but it also needs to be noted that we can't really create magic in having to implement the systems that we need to introduce. There is a gap that we are not quite talking about between cities and towns, wherein we as a business can sustain technology. However, as time goes by, it might frustrate clients. How do we then bridge that gap in having to not compromise our services to clients, but also having our clients not being frustrated by the systems and technology that we're actually introducing? We can sustain the business with technology. It will work for us. However, being in a town wherein our clientele isn't as equipped to actually work with the systems that we're introducing, how do we then close that gap? Because it's a huge gap, and it can also be frustrating for both ends. Thank you.
Thanks, Izzy. Maybe we've got two parts to that answer. The first one is you meet the client where they are. I think to your underlying point, some customers are not comfortable with using technology to engage with you as a service provider. So what do you do if you are, as an owner, in constant pursuit of efficiency, technology enablement, but your customer is not there? I think you meet the customer where they are. What I mean by that, if a customer still wants to pay cash, yes, you should pay cash. But there are some engagements with that customer that can be digitized, whether it is communication. You give them a digital receipt for what they're doing. You send an SMS to notify them of a key milestone in their policy. So you don't necessarily need to innovate to the point that you're leaving customers behind, but there are engagements with an old umakulu who's been a client for 30, 40 years. There are engagements with that particular segment that can be digitized. And sometimes the best way of doing that, Sissy, is to give the customer something that they want and need in a digital manner that then drives them to change. A typical example is if umakulu likes paying cash, only uses paper, and always walks to the branch, even if it's 20 kilometers, to come pay, send her a voucher for 100 Rand at Checkers. Send it digitally, because now she is attracted for the 500 Rand voucher, and she has to engage with it in a digital manner. So she received it on SMS, she walks to the store, or a Checkers, or a Boxer, or the local cash and carry, produces a digital voucher, and then receives services and goods. What that does for her is a digital voucher is as good as a physical receipt. You understand where I'm going with this? So in giving her a small sample at no cost or inconvenience, you move her from believing that a physical piece of paper is the only evidence of credibility or transaction to a digital receipt that she has redeemed against. And you start that journey in that way. And then the next thing you might do for her is that, okay, mama, now that you've redeemed the voucher in a digital way, here is a receipt. And she no longer has to keep a receipt. And the next journey is, mama, who do you want to add? Can you put a name change or a new policy member? And that helps to evolve the customer experience, but also to walk the journey with your customers as well as your employees. I hope that addresses your questions as well. Okay, thank you. That's my time with the MC. Appreciate the engagement and looking forward to driving innovation with you. Thank you very much.
And as I said at the beginning of the day, technology will continue to disrupt every industry, and this industry will also see it coming through. Very engaging conversation in how to bridge the gap for our elderlies when it comes to the space that we are practicing within. Before I call our next speaker, I would like to observe all protocol, which I believe I skipped earlier on this morning, and my memory serves me well, even in the stages of life where I'm at. I would also love to shuffle the program, with your permission. When I read the news this morning, I saw an amazing headline that said, KZN has something to smile about this week. And one of the things that was mentioned was that KZN is the only province that created 6,000 jobs in Q1 this year. I think we deserve a round of applause. And that shows that this province is set to grow, and this province is looking at the right industries from maritime. We are looking at super yachts, apparently, that we're going to have a hub for. The sugar mills are doing well. But then I wanted to add to that headline and that story on LinkedIn. South African Funeral Practitioners Association is gathering in KZN, and that sets the tone for the future growth of the industry. And so without further delay, I would like to call the Honorable Jomo Sibiya, our Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor. Mr. Sibiya is a seasoned and a recognized, Mr. Sibiya is recognized for his work in improving governance systems, labor development, and creating opportunities for entrepreneurship and job creation. Without further delay, let's bring that warm round of applause again on stage. Deputy Minister. I know.
Thank you very much, our program director, who has been doing a great job since this morning. Siyabonga kakhulu sisi wami. You are really a wonderful program director. We appreciate your work. Let me start by greeting the minister, whom I will later find time to talk a bit about her. I know she won't stop me to do that. The president of Safpa, my dear sister, Dr. Mgui Zondo, members of Safpa, national and provincial leadership, the mayors whom I know, they've been part of this program, and the premier who has been part of this program, great program, by the way. Representatives of government departments who are here, I've seen quite a number of them, and some have made some presentations as well that I know they've made a huge difference in this great gathering. We've got quite a number of them. I know we've got CCMA, Services SITA, FSCA, SIDFA. They made a great presentation. Thank you very much. SARS and other public institutions who are part of this gathering. The international guests and the industry leaders, it is indeed an international convention, not just an international convention by the name, but we have seen that it's an international convention. We have seen internationalists, some people who are coming from different countries. One of them has just presented here from Bolivia. Thank you very much, your presence. I know that we've got some from America, we've got some from Malaysia, some who are coming from some sister countries in Africa, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, Botswana, Lesotho, and many other countries that are here. We are very, very happy to have you here in eThekwini in South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal. The funeral practitioners, the undertakers, entrepreneurs, workers, and stakeholders in the funeral services sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still the morning. I've been here for a bit of time, so I thought it's after lunch now. It's my second time to interact with this sector, President. My first interaction with this sector was very, very interesting, and I learned quite a lot. When we are going to come and interact with a sector that deals with the burial of people, you have to shape your mind and think differently, because as I said last time, I'll say it again, where I'm coming from, death is something else. When you go and interact with the funeral parlors and the leaders of that sector in the industry, what comes to your mind is death and nothing else. And for us, death is associated with mourning and, you know, the mood must be sombre. And what I saw in the morning when you were all dancing and happy here, I said it changed my mood a bit, and I realized that, no, I'm not in a funeral. Because when I came here, I thought, hey, we're going to be dealing a burial of people and everything. So, you know, as African, how we respect such things. We take them in a very different way, but we are here now, and we understand very well that it's a very important sector. It is our honor as the department for me to join you at this important Safpa International Convention of 2026, hosted here at the Durban International Convention Center from the 24th to the 28th of May. The gathering is not an ordinary sector meeting. It is a landmark convention that brings together more than 1,500 delegates from across South Africa and internationally, including industry leaders, policy makers, regulators, practitioners, and service providers and key stakeholders in the funeral service industry. The theme of this convention, raising standards, strengthening the profession, driving innovation for a sustainable future, is both timely and necessary. It speaks directly to the journey that this sector must continue to take, a journey from informality to professionalism, from fragmented compliance to structured systems, from survivalist operations to sustainable enterprises, and from traditional ways of doing business to innovation that protects both workers and public. I wish to begin by acknowledging the role of the funeral service sector in our society. This is a sector that operates at the most sensitive moment in the life of any family and community in our country. When families are grieving, funeral practitioners are called upon to provide dignity, care, compassion, and order. You do not merely provide a commercial service. You carry a social responsibility. You help communities to mourn, to heal, and to honor those who have passed on. The theme before us requires us to ask three practical questions. The first question will be, what standard must be raised? The second one will be, how do we strengthen funeral services and recognize as the recognized profession? And the last one will be, what kind of innovation will secure a sustainable future for the sector? But I can tell you that with the right leadership, these questions can be easily answered. And I know that you've got the right leadership. When we speak of raising standards, we must begin with compliance. Compliance is not an enemy of business. Compliance is the foundation of credible, trusted, and sustainable business. The Constitution guarantees everyone the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. That constitutional protection extends to every workplace, including funeral parlors, mortuaries, cold rooms, preparation areas, administration offices, and all places where workers perform their duties. The Occupational Health and Safety Act, OHS, places a clear obligation on employers to provide and maintain as far as reasonably practical a working environment that is safe and without the risk to the health of employees. In the funeral sector, this obligation is particularly important because workers face multiple hazards. These include biological hazards such as exposure to the infectious diseases, chemical hazards from embalming agents and disinfectants, economic risks from lifting and moving bodies, psychosocial pressures from constant exposure to grief and trauma, and environmental risk linked to cold rooms and refrigerated storage facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the work of funeral practitioners must be dignified at all times, but it must also be safe. A worker who handles human remains must have proper protective clothing. A worker who enters cold room must be protected against cold stress. A worker who works with formaldehyde and other hazardous chemical must be trained and protected. A worker who moves bodies must not be left to suffer injuries because The workplace has no economics control, no lifting equipment, and no safe operating procedures. It is important to highlight compliance with hazardous biological agents regulation, the hazardous chemical agents regulations, the economics regulations, and environmental regulations for workplaces. This is important for this sector. These are not abstract legal instruments. They speak directly to daily realities in the funeral industry. Infection prevention, chemical safety, ventilation, protective clothing, medical surveillance, cold room safety, emergency preparedness, and safe handling procedures. Particular concern is the management of cold room facilities. Workers often enter cold rooms that are set between 0 degrees Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius to store, retrieve, or prepare mortal remains. If exposure is prolonged or poorly managed, workers may experience cold stress, reduced manual dexterity, numbness, and increased risk of injury. Cold storage facilities must therefore be properly designed, maintained, and supported by emergency systems, backup power alarms, emergency release mechanism, non-slip flooring, lighting, and ventilation are just not luxuries, but they are a necessity. They are part and responsible and lawful business practice. The second part of the theme is strengthening the profession. A profession is strengthened when it is organized, and I can safely say I've seen quite a lot of elements that this sector, in particular Safpa, is very organized, and you are highly organized. We recognize that in your work. So the profession is strengthened when it is organized, ethical, skilled, regulated, and committed to continuous improvement. Just the presentations that I've seen here and what is being said here, it's the commitment towards continuous improvement. We see that Safpa really want all the practitioners to improve, to continuously improve and do better, but also to find new ways of doing things. That's why we are bringing international people to come and share their ideas with us, because you want to be at that level where you match the international level when it comes to your sector. And that is part of continuous improvement. This convention itself is evidence that the funeral service sector is serious about professionalization. The program includes sessions of leadership, financial literacy, business systems, technology, funding formalization, partnership, and the future of the funeral industry. These are the correct conversations for a sector that wants to move from the survival sustainability. One thing I must tell you, protect your sector. Those who are in the sector already, those who are in this industry, make sure that you protect your sector. Your sector must not be eroded by anyone, by any person whom will wake up tomorrow and say, because I've got a baki and I've got a house somewhere, then I can have a funeral service. People who come to your sector must be people who want to serve the community properly. Mustn't be people who come because they want money. Must be people, as they have said, that you are called to do this work. You just didn't come and do this work. You were called to do this work. This work called you to come and do it. It shouldn't be what we've been saying in the construction industry when we talk to those who are in the construction industry. I'll make an example with the construction industry, but I know there's a lot of work that they are doing to protect that industry. Any person can wake up tomorrow because he's got somebody who can assist him, whether it's a particular municipality or wherever, to get a tender. Then he wakes up tomorrow, he has a construction company, and now he's a serious construction company owner who knows nothing about construction work. And what happens? They are given jobs to work, and then they build shoddy, and their workmanship is not what we want as government, because the the sector has allowed anyone to come in. We're not saying block people not to come into your sector. We want new people to come into your sector, but they must meet all the regulations and the ethics that are within your sector. So that's why I'm saying protect your sector. It must be a noble sector that you know it's ethical and it does the work that you want it to do. Professionalization also means that funeral businesses must have proper employment systems. The department inspection data shows persistent non-compliance in some parts of the sector. These include failure to provide written employment contracts, absence of employee records, non-issuance or incorrect pay slips, unlawful deductions, payment below the national minimum wage, which can never be accepted. Non-registration for UIF, failure to declare employees, and failure to register or comply with COIDA requirements. I think this is very important. The last time I engaged with the sector, we made it clear that we want to see this sector growing. We want to support this sector. We want to support anyone who's in this sector to understand our labor laws, but also to comply with our labor laws. We've got two systems that we are using. I said in one of the pillars that we are having, we've got the inspection and enforcement pillar and the advocacy pillar. We normally use the inspection and enforcement pillar, which I call the stick, and then we've got the advocacy one, which I call the carrot. So we said we are going to try and focus more on the carrot part, the advocacy part, to try and help all those who are participating, all the practitioners, to understand our labor laws, because we are trying to assist you and we are trying not to be hard and harsh on you. We want to walk with you this journey of understanding our labor laws. So we want everyone. We are still availing ourselves. I know there were presentations that have been made by Dr. Kahla, the provincial leader of the department in KZN, and there is quite a number of other programs that we are having as the department. We are readily available to assist you at any given moment, pro bono. We can arrive and we can come to your area of work. Our inspectors are always available to assist where you need our assistance, because we are your government. We are at your disposal at any given moment. But if you don't do well and you continue not to do well, then we'll come in with inspection and enforcement, and that's the stick. We don't want to come with the stick all the time, but we do use the stick when it's necessary. We do use the stick when perpetually you don't want to comply with our labor laws. Remember, we're a country of laws, and the laws of the Republic must be respected. Labor laws must be respected. So, but we are saying to you, we are here, we want to assist you, we want to make sure that all of you understand our labor laws. We'll make it easy for you. Register your workers with UIF. It's important. Register your workers with compensation fund. It's important. Make sure that your workers do have pay slips, salary slips. Imagine if you work and you don't get a salary slip. What will happen to you? And I don't think that amongst us there is anyone who wants to do that. Make sure that your workers do have contracts. Some don't give workers contracts because they want to make it easy for them to fire them. And I don't think we're that brutal. Comply with the labor laws of the Republic. It's important. These are not minor administrative issues. They go to the heart of decent work. A worker without a contract is vulnerable. A worker without a pay slip is exposed. A worker not registered for UIF is left unprotected when unemployed. Illness or other qualifying events arise. A worker not covered under COIDA is placed in a difficult position if injured or exposed to occupational diseases. Therefore, professionalization must include proper HR systems, payroll systems, UIF compliance, COIDA compliance, employment records, written contracts, and lawful payment practices. The inspection findings continue to point to occupational health and safety concerns, including unsafe electrical installations, poor ventilation in mortuaries, lack of PPE, uniform, unhygienic ablution facilities, absence of risk assessment, weak control of biological agents, which is very, very important, and non-compliance with economic and chemical agents regulations. These findings must not be received defensively. They must be received as a call to action. This is a call to action to all of you. As government, our approach is not only enforcement, it is also education, advocacy, and support. The department's inspectorate conducts advocacy campaigns, workshops, and advisory visits to guide employers before formal inspections. Inspectors assist with compliance, infection control strategies, chemical safety management, economic improvements, and safe operations of cold storage facilities. The goal is to build a culture of prevention, not a culture of fear. However, where there is persistent disregard for the law, enforcement must follow. Compliance protects workers, but it also protects business owners. It reduces fines, litigations, reputational damage, business interruption, and avoidable cost. We are both for business and workers. We are having your interest as business, but we have also an interest for workers that we have employed. We strike the balance as the Department of Employment and Labor. We want to see your businesses growing. We want to see you, becoming big as practitioners and funeral parlors who are here. But also we want to make sure that workers who are within your system are protected, their rights are protected, but further to that, they are paid what is due to them. All of us, we must win. You must make your profit, then they must pay their salaries, go home, take care of their families through what you pay them. You are very important to our workers, but our workers, in fact, your workers are very important to you, because there is no business that can thrive without happy workers. If your employees are not happy, believe you me, they won't be productive. You won't be able to make profit. They will steal from you at times. I had a very interesting conversation with the president. I didn't know that you colleagues suffer so much as well in your industry. I never thought that people can do things in such a noble industry. But now I know that they are very innovative. They do quite a lot of things. But I'm saying it's very important to make sure that your workers are happy workers. Then they will be productive. They will go beyond the call of duty if you make them happy. It's very, very important to do that and protect them. The third part of the theme is driving innovation for a sustainable future. Innovation in the funeral sector must not be understood only as technology. It includes new ways of organizing business, new partnerships, better compliance systems, digital record keeping, online payroll, improved customer management, modernized cold chain systems, greener burial and cremation options. Today, I learned about something new altogether that was presented by my dear brother. There he is. You make me to learn something, but I'm still not sure about it, whether I want to do it or not. Aquamation. I think all of us here were like, he was correct. Fire and water. We will always prefer water at times. Not necessarily because we have a choice, because we don't want fire. Not because we want water, it's just that fire is something else. But also water. Hey, Minister, I learned of something different today called aquamation. And the AVBOB is already doing it in our country. It's very, very interesting. You are doing a great job. And I want to say to one of our colleagues who challenged you to say, please work with us. You can only do better as business if you work together as well. If you are in one sector, you must be able to work together. You must learn from the giants, but work together. The giants must assist you to come up and be at the same level as them. It's very, very important. So I believe that can easily be done. A government approach A government, our approach is not only enforcement. In fact, we have covered that. The Safpa program recognizes this wider meaning of innovation. The convention includes discussions on green policy, aquamation, SME business support. The minister will definitely deal with that, and we have already had some of the presentations. Financial services, funding formalization, technology, leadership, and partnership. It also includes master classes on computer literacy, financial literacy, sales costing, business systems, technology transformation, and sustainable funeral enterprises. These are exactly the kinds of interventions that can help funeral businesses become more resilient, more compliant, and more competitive. Sustainability also requires inclusion. Many funeral businesses are family-owned. Many serve townships, rural areas, and historically marginalized communities. We must therefore support the transition from informal operations to structured enterprises without destroying the entrepreneurial base of the sector. Formalization must be accompanied by capacity building, compliance must be accompanied by guidance, enforcement must be accompanied by education, transformation must be accompanied by access to opportunities. In this regard, partnerships are critical. Government departments, regulators, industry associations, training bodies, financial institutions, and municipalities must work together. The presence of institutions such as Service SITA, SITFA, FSCA, and SARS, the Department of Health, Department of Home Affairs, the CCMA, and other stakeholders at these conventions shows that the sector cannot be strengthened by one institution alone. The funeral service value chain touches labor, health, business development, taxation, insurance, municipal services, forensic pathology, immigration, identity management, skills development, and consumer protections. It's a whole lot of institutions that are involved in your sector. I also wish to highlight the role of CCMA. The CCMA was established as an independent dispute resolution body in terms of the Labor Relations Act. Its role is to promote fair labor practice and resolve workplace disputes in an expeditious, effective, and fair manner. It also supports collective bargaining, dispute prevention, procedural advice, training, and workplace relations improvement. The funeral sector, this is important. A business grows and becomes more formal. Workplace relations must also mature. Employers must understand fair labor practice. Workers must understand their rights and responsibilities. Disputes should be prevented where possible. We always say we shouldn't, CCMA shouldn't be the first point of call. We must have a platform at your workplace where you are able to resolve the disputes. There must be a platform where workers are able to talk to the employer. We must create such platforms. That's why we say at a workplace, workers must be organized. It makes it easy for the employer to engage with workers. It prevents quite a lot of disputes, and it makes it easy for, at any given moment, where there are challenges, those challenges are resolved at a workplace before you even moved out and seek assistance, because there are disputes that needs to be resolved. So let's make sure that in our workspace, we create these platforms where workers are able to engage with the employer from time to time and deal with issues within their area of work. It makes it easy for you as an employer, but it protects you. It makes sure that whatever dispute that may arise, you are able to engage because there is a platform. That platform protects you at any given moment. Ladies and gentlemen, there can be no sustainable future for the funeral service sector if workers remain vulnerable. There can be no strong profession if business operates without basic employment systems. There can be no innovation if safety, dignity, and compliance are left behind. The future we seek is one where funeral business are properly registered, workers are protected, premises are safe, cold rooms are compliant, chemicals are controlled, biological risks are managed, wages are lawful, UIF and COIDA obligations are met, and families receive services from businesses they can trust. As the Department of Employment and Labor, our message today is one of partnership, but also one of responsibility. To funeral business owner, I want to say, build your business on compliance. Keep proper records, register your workers, pay lawful wages, provide written contracts, invest in PPE, conduct risk assessment, maintain your cold rooms, train your employees. Do not wait for inspectors to arrive before doing what is right. Non-compliance is expensive, I must tell you. Non-compliance is expensive, compliance is cheap. So comply before inspectors arrive at your workplace. Please also employ South Africans. Prioritize South Africans. Prioritize South Africans. It is the right thing to do. I'll just leave it there. You know what you are faced with. The legal employment that we are creating as the country, every opportunity that in your sector you are creating, prioritize South Africans. We must build a better country together. It's not only government responsibility, but it's everybody's responsibility to do that. To workers in this sector, I say your work matters, your health matters, your dignity matters. We have rights, and those rights must be respected. You are the backbone of this sector. Without you, this sector won't exist. Do your work properly and protect it. To Safpa and other industry associations, I want to say continue to lead professionalization, assist your members to comply, promote ethical standards, develop sector norms. Use this convention not only as an event, but as a turning point for implementation, President. To government and regulators, let us all coordinate better. Let us all simplify access to information. Let us all support formalization. Let us all target non-compliance without punishing honest businesses that are willing to improve. Let us bring government assistance to this sector. At the end of the day, we want this sector as a special sector in a special industry to grow. In closing, the theme of this conversation must become practical program of action. Raising standards means every funeral establishment must meet the minimum requirement of labor laws, occupational health and safety laws, UIF, COIDA Act, and fair workplaces and fair workplace practice. Strengthening the profession means building a sector that is ethical, trained, organized, respected, and trusted by the communities that it serves. Driving innovation for a sustainable future means using technology partnership, greener practices, better systems, and stronger business models to secure the long-term future of the sector. Let this convention be remembered not only for the number of delegates who attended it, but for the commitments and resolutions it implemented after we leave Durban. Let it be remembered as the gathering where the funeral service sector said, we are ready to raise the standards, we are ready to strengthen the profession, we are ready to innovate, we are ready to build a sustainable future that protects workers, supports business, and preserves the dignity of every family that you serve. Together, we must ensure that dignity with funeral practitioners give to others is reflected in how we protect, support, and respect those who work in this essential industry. Let us build a stronger South Africa, a united South Africa that is thriving. Let's make sure that we are supporting the work that is done out there by yourself, but the work that government is doing. We're the government that is committed to its people. We work every day tirelessly to improve the standard of living for the people of this country, to support businesses in this country, to make sure that our people are thriving. A lot has been done, but yes, we agree, a lot still needs to be done. Only if we work together, then we'll achieve more. The future belongs to our kids. Let's make sure that our children inherit a better country than the country that we inherited. That can only be achieved by all of us. Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Thank you. That was a passionate presentation, Deputy Minister, and you forgot that I had a task that I'd asked you to do for me. Thank you.
There is a serious task that I can be also dealt with on another space that we meet with my leader there. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to welcome, maybe let me say, start by appreciating the presence of my dear sister, a colleague, my leader. We've got a minister amongst us who has decided to come and be with us and make sure that this convention becomes the success that is deserved. Amongst us, we've got Ms. Stella Tembisandabeni, the Minister of Small Business Development. Since 2021, she's been part of this department. She has turned it around. She has made it visible. She has made it accessible to many people. She has taken it directly to the people who needs it. She's a very seasoned parliamentarian. She's been in parliament for a very long time, very experienced in government leadership and policy development. Born in Umtata in the Eastern Cape, Umkhaya, ne? She's been the Minister of Communication. She's been the Deputy Minister in Digital Technologies, but also communication. So she's one of a special leader, one of a special type, a great leader, and someone that I know will make a difference and make sure that we've got a better country. Let's welcome the Minister, my dear sister. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Thomas Sibir, Director of the program. Thank you for affording me this opportunity. Of course, allow me to recognize the presence of the chairperson of our only agency, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, the president of Safpa, my dear sister Udokotela Uko, the Secretary General, leadership of Safpa, government representatives that are here, industry stakeholders, religious leaders, everyone who's important, but most importantly, the entrepreneurs, the exhibitors, and all delegates, our international guests that are here. I know that I've missed some of their presentations. Distinguished guests, good morning. It's still morning? Yeah, it's before 12, right? Okay. Well, this year, South Africa stands at an intersection of history, responsibility, and economic renewal. We commemorate 50 years since the Soweto uprising of 1976. We honor 70 years since the Women's March of 1956. And we celebrate 30 years of our democratic constitution. A constitution born out of struggle, out of sacrifice, and an unwavering belief that freedom, dignity, and opportunity must belong to all who live in our country. As we reflect on these 3 decades of constitutional democracy, we must ask ourselves difficult but necessary questions. And I would want you, as I'll be asking these questions, I want you to ponder about the answers that we really need to provide to these beautiful questions. What does freedom mean if entrepreneurs cannot compete fairly? What does it mean to say we're celebrating 32 years of freedom, 30 years of the Constitution? But secondly, what does freedom mean if legitimate businesses are undermined by unfair competition and illicit trade? And you are there every day, hustling, waking up, trying to comply with everything that Deputy Minister Jome has spoken about, but there are those who take shortcuts. What does it mean to be free when we still exercise entrepreneurship in that way. What does freedom mean if industries built by communities over generations struggle to survive? Mawuthi leli business ingalishiyelwa nguma nobabam and now you can't cope. You've got to close shop because of an environment that does not enable you to keep that legacy. What do all this mean in light of the democracy and the freedom that we enjoy? Because for us, it is important that we understand that constitutional democracy is not only about the political rights. It's not about the clauses that we repeat, it's not about the clauses that we remind you of, but it's about creating an economy where legitimate enterprises can grow. And the key focus, legitimate entrepreneurs, where industries can thrive and where opportunity can reach every community, irrespective of where you are born from, irrespective of where you want to be in our beautiful country. President, as we gather under the theme, raising standards, strengthening the profession, driving innovation for sustainable future, we do so understanding that building a stronger economy requires government, business, communities, and consumers to work together in building the economy we seek. It's not the responsibility of business alone. It's not the responsibility of government alone, but all those critical elements from consumers, of 2026. This first international convention reflects not only on the growth of your organization, but also the growing recognition of this sector as a structured industry with real economic weight, entrepreneurship, energy, and developmental importance. That's what you represent. And this is what the society has begun to appreciate, that you are a sector to reckon with. Let me begin by commending the Safpa leadership in organizing, professionalizing, and elevating the funeral services industry. Dala sikhula kunoma singcwabane. Nendondon zikhona, but the level where you have taken this to is what is making everybody that has spoken here want to be here. And cleared diaries to make sure that they come and impart the knowledge that they have. They come and learn from others that will be here. But most importantly, they come and become your partners in the journey that you have undertaken. This is a sector that is rooted in our communities. It is trusted by families. I mean, like you can go anywhere in this country. Akuna story ukuthi ugogo uhlale ekhaya akana mali uxhomekeke kudank. Every elderly, young adults, they all see the need to belong to a burial scheme. Just like I would say with small business, I always say, Minister Sibia, I'm the minister that resides in your bedroom, in your garage, in your lounge, on the streets. You find me everywhere. Because in your bedroom, the sheets and the bed that you sleep in and with are made by entrepreneurs. That's what I meant when I said I belong to a bedroom. Don't get other ideas. It's very important that I clarify that. So just like all the small businesses, this sector belongs to their communities, young and old, trusted that no matter what happens, they may not want to send their monies to other people, but they know they must pay for their burial scheme. And that's confidence to the work that is being done by the sector. As government, we are here to say your professionalism, your innovation and ingenuity in conducting business with limited resources have proven the naysayers wrong. Many people believe that, black business, what are you talking about? They will never survive. And you have proven to be resilient with the little resources that you have. You have stayed on the game. When Deputy Minister Jomo's team come, when the municipalities come after you, when COVID takes people away from you, when the economy is not performing well, you remained in the game because yours is not only about profits, but yours is to stay in business and to serve the communities that are your clients. President, talking to you as a woman who's leading the sector, coming from another woman, I really want to say you remain a source of pride and a beacon of hope to many black businesses. It is not easy for women to lead, especially lead people who amongst themselves have males. Because at all times, males always believe they can do better than women. Because at times, people want to genderize how things can be done. Because people would want to reduce a woman to an inferior leader. I'm not going to ask President, where do males buy capacity from? But I know, if we're talking about an election of a woman, people start to question capacity. I don't want to see the factory that manufactures capacity for men. Of course, at some of the most difficult moments in the lives of families and communities, funeral practitioners provide care, support, and professional services that help people navigate loss with dignity and respect. No matter how poor you have been, the minute your burial scheme comes, you know when you lose a loved one, they're going to come, I'm going to have a tent, I'm going to have this, because it is the dignity that they want to make sure your loved one is buried with. In many communities, funeral businesses are trusted institutions woven into the social and cultural fabric of daily life. There's certain things our communities would never pay for, but this has become embedded in their cultural activities that it makes sense that when we are burying our father, we do it this way. When we're burying our mother or any other loved one, we do it this way. And it is because, again, of the craft that has been provided and shown by those that are involved in this work. The sector continues to support thousands of livelihoods across a broad value chain. As Deputy Minister Sibi have said, from funeral parlors, undertakers to repatriation services, catering, eventing in terms of the chair, tent hire, the florists, decorators, tombstone and memorial manufacturing, coffin and casket production, insurance services, and many other township and rural micro enterprises. And Deputy Minister made reference to a new word that he had today, the aquamation, as we talk about building the green economy. I don't know if you remember that in January 2022 in South Africa, we buried someone who chose that option. Do you remember? Archbishop Tutu, I know you forget easily. So I think it is something that we must really look up to as we try to balance the climate change environment. As we try to make sure that we're also saving space for our people, it's important as we talk about innovation that we really look at ways of how to improve our communities and how to leverage the little spaces that we have. Program Director, we meet today at a time when South Africa reflects on its historical journey, as I articulated the 3 milestones that we're going through. These milestones remind us that political freedom must be matched by economic freedom, especially for young women, for people with disabilities, and women, especially from communities still facing unemployment and inequality. Your own sector is one of the most underappreciated sectors in our struggle history. We want to acknowledge the role you played during apartheid when you preserved dignity of our people despite pressure and harassment. We don't talk about this when we celebrate the victories. We forget that when it was not fashionable to bury those that had taken a decision to fight for our democracy, the funeral parlor associations from South Africa were there to help the families heal and bury their loved ones with dignity. Who can forget Sharpeville? Who can forget Soweto in 1976? Who can forget Boipatong? This sector stood with our people during struggle and pain. Now I want to bring you to the Constitution that I said we're celebrating 30 years of. A particular clause that give effect to the work that we do. Section 22, I don't know how many of you know about it. Should I take my mic, come down there, and volunteer someone to tell us what does Section 22 of the Constitution mean? Bill of Rights in. Okay. Let me tell you, Section 22 of our Constitution is the only clause that gives rights specifically to South Africans. And it says, every citizen has a right to choose their trade, profession, work freely. And that right may be regulated by law. Now, when you stand up and fight for everything that you're fighting for, you must understand what you are basing your fight on. Because most of the time we get to be involved in battles that we know nothing about, but only the short-term benefits. It's important for you to stand up and challenge anyone who's depriving you your right to choose your trade freely, just like you have chosen to be in this sector that you are in. You're sitting here, as I said, so it's important that if you are going to want to claim this right, you must also understand the regulations that come with it. Deputy Minister Sibiya spoke on some of the work that has to be done, that compliance is non-negotiable. But what then happens when compliance is too expensive? It becomes the responsibility of those that are putting compliance measures to make sure that they support an industry they want to be compliant. That is why the chairperson of Safpa, when he was engaging here, I'm certain that he would have told you about the business development support that we provide to entrepreneurs. And amongst the services that we render under the business development support is to ensure that we help businesses with compliance, is to ensure that we challenge the regulators not to come up with really impossible compliance measures in order to keep people away. Because other people, they put compliance measures to make sure that you don't stay in business. It becomes our responsibility working with yourselves, because you know your industry very well, to say, Minister, one of the responsibilities that you have is to reduce red tape. And what Home Affairs is doing, what municipality is doing, what so-and-so is doing, really takes us out of business. What are the other measures to achieve what they want to achieve without really penalizing us and making it impossible for us to trade and enjoy Section 22 of the Constitution? You know it better. But if you do not participate, if you do not see the need to partner with us, we're not able to assist you fully. Because when we develop policies, they are meant to assist you to thrive. Businesses must thrive for them to grow the economy, for them to build, as the Deputy Minister has said, sustainable jobs. And when people are working, when the economy is growing, it means we're able to fix the potholes, we're able to pay for education and all other services that we provide, but of course I'm able to get my votes. I must get my job too. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's important, right? I'm balancing so that you get profit, and regulators get happy because you're compliant, and clients are happy with a dignified service. I too must get something. This section guarantees the freedom of trade, as he said, but rights become meaningful only when people have access to finance, when people have access to markets, when people have access to infrastructure and opportunity. You may have lots of clientele, but if there's poor infrastructure, the people that you are servicing may find it difficult to come and access your finances. You may have great idea, innovation and everything, but if there's no support in terms of access to finance, you may not be able to expand and grow your business and be innovative, as we say. If there's no access to markets, because there are people who want to monopolize the space and say we don't want new entrants, it means there's something that needs to be done. And therefore, these are critical, which is why you had seen us as the Department of Small Business Development hosting a local economic development summit, working together with SALGA and COCTA. And people began to ask, ngoba Nkosi yami, ngiyazifela izolo, uStella, what is he doing on local government, on local economic development? Does he now want to become Minister of COCTA? I'm very happy dealing with you business people, my tribe. But it's important that I ensure that the environment that entrepreneurs operate in is conducive for them. That's why it's important for the municipality to have a local economic development strategy that supports including your own industry. Because if they understand the importance of your industry, when they go design their spatial plans, they should be able to leave certain sectors of their land to say, this area is going to be zoned for these businesses. Therefore, we must exempt these businesses from water, electricity bills, and the other things, incentivizing businesses that are owned by the residents that must in turn be able to pay taxes. And that is why it is important that we work with them, because it can only be successful when the ground is leveled, and it starts at municipal level, because licensing, President, happens at local government level. We have introduced the Business Licensing Bill in order to repeal the Businesses Act of 1991 so that we can complement the work that is being done by the municipalities. Most of you have been complaining about the turnaround times of the municipalities, the conditions that they put for some of you to get the licenses. And we said there's a need for us to step in and be given an authority to make sure that we are able to design a licensing framework. And listen, we are not taking over the responsibility of the municipality. We are helping the country through supporting municipalities with standardization, that when you want to apply for a license in eThekwini, it should not be completely different when you go to Mthatha. That you don't even know what is it that they're going to need, but also they begin to charge you differently. You remain a small business, therefore there's a need for cushioning, and the cushioning can be done only when we say, these are the standards that we set, these are the timelines that the municipality must take when processing your applications, and lastly, these are the certain sectors that must be reserved for South Africans, and then a particular quota be given to legally deserving business people that come from South Africa, because we too take your businesses to other countries. We do that. One of the programs I hope the chairperson has spoken about, the Small Enterprise Exporters Development Program, wherein we'll be taking your coffins, taking some of your financial solutions to countries outside South Africa, because we're part of the continent. But we are saying when we do that, let's do so in line with the different countries' laws. And it is important that we understand that. I've seen people wanting to purport South Africans as being xenophobic, and I told the media on Tuesday last week that you really want to believe that? Go to the salon and see who occupies the salons. You must check who are the people that are making clothes and where do South Africans buy clothes. You must check who are the helpers. You must check who are the teachers and the other things in the health sector. South Africans are not xenophobic. But South Africans, just like any other country and other citizens, they would want to be given preference in certain areas. And it is something that happens countrywide, including here in Africa as the continent. When we took a decision to be part of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement in order to allow for intertrade amongst our countries, it's because we realized that there's a need for us to collaborate as Africans. And collaboration starts with business, people-to-people relations, and the many other things that we do. That's why in our universities, if you go to the University of Fort Hare, which has the history of educating liberators, most of the African heads of states and leaders have been schooled here in South Africa. There is a reason for that. We're talking about Morogoro when we track our struggles, but all we are saying, for us to coexist, let's respect the laws of our country, because we do understand the challenges that come with not doing so. That is why through the Small Enterprise Act, we had advocated for the creation of the Small Enterprise Ombuds Office, which we now are awaiting Parliament to finalize in terms of appointment. A person who must advocate for small businesses against unfair trade by both South African businesses that continue to bully small and medium enterprises, consumers that continue to bully small and medium enterprises, negotiating discount on everything, whilst they never do when they go to the big corporates. But when it comes to a plumber, a funeral parlor that is owned by a person here, hey, we know we did not pay for the last 3 months, can you bear for us? But if it was those ones that I'm not going to call, nobody misses the debit order. We've got to appreciate the role that we have in supporting small businesses, and the Small Enterprise Ombuds will really work with us in ensuring that small businesses are protected and no one impose unfair trade practices to them, which is why I liked it when Deputy Minister emphasized the importance of legitimate businesses and compliant businesses. Agnama shortcut where people's lives is involved. And Deputy Minister will be walking this path with you because we know that we have a responsibility to develop these businesses and build competitive enterprises that must take their businesses from La Kwamashu to Congo, take their businesses from Kwamashu to Colombia. And that will happen when we say, we are taking you to go and trade or expand your business in Colombia, and these are the laws in Colombia. We will help you with the laws, because you must be compliant with them, because not only we're looking at the people-to-people relations, but there are diplomatic relations that we must pay attention to. Of course, now I get paid to talk. This I can do so well, trust me. Do allow me to remind you of your responsibility. First, to stop consuming fake products. Because when you consume fake products, you are destroying our economy. Yes, you want cheaper things, we do understand. But why are they cheaper? They're cheaper because in their own countries, they've been incentivized. They are cheaper because in their own countries, they've been supported, which is why they're able to scale and bring the business here. When are our own businesses going to scale? If then we want to go for cheaper goods, Deputy Minister. We have a state funeral, then we must compare prices. That time we're comparing unfair comparison with people who have been incentivized, with people who have never been incentivized. So we advocate through the Public Procurement Act, which is why we're finalizing the regulations, working with the Minister of Finance to make sure that there's certain set-asides for small business. When you compete, you must know that You are competing for this procurement opportunity with people of your scale. Compete nomuntu owenza 20 billion rands nomuntu owenza 20 million rands ngonyaka. What competition is that? By design already you are excluded, because how are you going to say your coffin is going to be 200 rands? You know that you must pay the carpenter, you must go and pay the designer, the architect, you must pay whoever that produces your material, and then the transport, because you can't afford to have all the components in the value chain. And then you are made to compete with those. And this is what we're trying to deal with. In all of this, you embark in lots of stock fairs of societies, but you're not venturing or tapping into the cooperatives bank system that we have. I have shared this, President, last year, to say it's important because you already have an organized clientele. It could be very easy for yourselves to say, we would want to have our own cooperative bank as funeral parlor associations. And the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency is there to support you, Safpa. Just like this year, we're funding some of them with the banking systems that they didn't have. Because a bank is a bank because it has systems. That's why we stepped in, we assist in terms of training, in terms of helping those that want to embark on that process with compliance measures and everything, including financial support. You've got to do it if you want to grow this sector. As long as you rely on people who don't prioritize you, you'll continue becoming resellers. I'm responsible for the development of small businesses, not I'm a reseller. Of course, you start by reselling so that you can make profit, and then we do believe that when you make that profit, you will invest in your business to be able to produce, manufacture, and then you create the jobs. So those new financing mechanisms that we've put in place, we would want to see new ownership pathways, and when that happens, it could be so powerful, a revolution that is led by ordinary people that nobody ever thought they would lead a successful revolution. We support a number of entrepreneurs. We've set, I think the chair has told you, we've set a target for ourselves to support 1 million entrepreneurs, 2024 to 2029. Last year, we supported more than 288,000. We have set our target for this year to contribute again towards the 1 million, but we want you at the forefront of that. We want entrepreneurs from this sector because it is one of those growing sectors that we believe it can create the so many jobs that we want to see. During the budget vote speech that I delivered, I committed that this year we'll be spending 710 million rands for township and rural enterprises that cut across all sectors. We're going to spend 215 million rands for asset assist, wherein we are buying equipment that goes up to 250,000 rands for small businesses that make less than 3 million rands a year. We're going to be supporting informal traders with 53.5 million rands worth of equipment. We're going to be supporting small enterprises with business infrastructure to a tune of 314 million rands. 63 million will go to supporting cooperatives, hence I said do form cooperatives, especially on the banking side. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are deliberate instruments of transformation. I said we can be talking about all these rights and everything on political freedom, but we have to deliver economic freedom in the true sense, and that will never be delivered if we don't introduce instruments that must support transformation. Inclusive growth requires inclusive financing, and we continue to improve on ease of doing business. We have recently launched, I think the chair has spoken to that, One Safpa, a platform that integrates all the support that we provide, financing, non-financial, now an added element, the first of its kind, wherein we are doing a credit record for entrepreneurs, because most of the time, not able to access funding because they're saying you don't have your banking history. And we want to deal with that to make sure that your profile is created, we track your progress, your challenge, and we step in, and then we'll help you to have a good credit profile so that you can be able to access the finance that you must get. I spoke about the business licensing reforms. I had not seen, President, the submission from the sector. And I did say that it's important for the sector to make inputs, because once it becomes law and you have not made inputs, you have no one to blame when you are excluded or certain things are imposed on you, which will make your business not be successful. So it's important that you read the business licensing bill, make submissions. The DDG responsible is there, Mr. Dyler. We are opening for virtual sessions again, starting on the 27th of May, the last one being on the 2nd of June. Please make your voice heard. We don't want to just see you protesting on the streets because you're excluded, because someone is taking your job, but you don't even exercise the right that you are given of participating in the development of the law that must protect you. No one is going to protect you if you don't see the need to protect yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, localization is not a slogan. The Deputy Minister has spoken to this, the importance of supporting locally produced products, so that we don't only strengthen local value chains, but we also strengthen resilience. We don't want businesses that pop up, then after 3 years they are dead. We want businesses to stay just like the other businesses that you support outside the small businesses. We remain committed to working with Safpa to strengthen participation, expand opportunities of the sector, and of course, support township and rural enterprises to unlock inclusive development. The future and the finance sector. Together, let us protect the constitutional promise that economic freedom must translate into dignity, into opportunity and prosperity for all. 30 years into democracy, let us move from freedom imagined to freedom realized. In jobs built, industries protected, and opportunities expanded for all South Africans. Ayingikhathele mina wonke umuntu afike apha athi he uLuthuli, he uNelson Mandela. Hayibo, when are we going to have our own heroes and heroines that must champion the economic freedom? Those ones have laid the foundation that we are building from, but we need to see new patriotism, and it starts by supporting local businesses, because history will not judge us by what we inherited. History will judge us by what we built, what we protected, and the opportunities that we created for the next generation. Today, I am a minister. I never went to exile. It's other people that struggled and fought for the rights that I'm enjoying. You too must learn to do that. And of course, we remain united, and we're certain that this partnership is going to be ongoing. We've launched the 300 million rands fund for women-owned businesses, as Madoda Etu. We've launched 300 million rands for youth-owned businesses. We've launched 150 million rands for creative industries, because in funerals, people must sing. People must be imbongi and all the other things that you get to see, the media production, which is creative. That's why we're setting aside instruments to support you to grow and expand your businesses. We do have the other funds that the chairperson has spoken about, including the Small Manufacturing Enterprise Fund, the Wholesale Fund, the Micro-Lending Fund, Abo Majonisa and Babiza Kanjal. Respect my people. They are not Majonisas. They're trying to live. They help those that can't afford to be compliant with the regulations set by others. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you nothing but a successful conference. I know it is the last day, President, am I correct? Tomorrow is the last day, but I would want to see the progressive and productive outcomes of this conference that must be taken to an implementation plan, a clear partnership framework that must feed into our national MSME 1 plan. What are we saying as this sector that contributes to the government's and the country's objectives? Thank you so much, Director of the program.
That deserved a standing ovation, not just an ovation, a standing ovation for our minister. Indeed. Siyabonga. Siyabonga, Minister. We feel seen, heard, protected, empowered, advocated for. We see you running the breadth and the length of this country, fighting for small business, not just to survive, but to thrive for generations to come. Siyabonga. And with that, I would like to call back our minister on stage because the president of Safpa would love to present a gift to thank you for your time and for all that you do for us, as well as our Deputy Minister for Employment and Labor. Please join us on stage with the president of Safpa. A token of appreciation for your time and your presence here. A moment of celebration and gratitude. DJ, please turn up the music. And a gift for our Deputy Minister. Please, will you present and stay on stage for a gift together? Thank you, DJ. Indeed, a moment to be celebrated and honored. It is by no way of disrespect to our minister as well as the deputy minister that beyond protocol observed, there should be no other speaker. However, I would like to apologize with the shuffle that we made on the program. It makes a conversation flow that is so important for the future of the funeral industry, that we have a regulator as a prelude to our panel. And without further delay, and as it happens, the shuffle does mean the shuffle on my screen as well. Without further delay, I would like to call on stage the Deputy Commissioner of the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, FSCA. She brings extensive expertise in financial regulation, governance, competition policy, and consumer protection. Ms. Catherine Gibson, please take the stage with a round of applause.
So this was going to be a daunting task to start. Now I'm coming after the deputy minister and the minister, and before lunch. It's a tough call. So my name is Catherine Gibson. I am one of the deputy commissioners at the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. As many of you may know, we are the market conduct regulator for the financial sector, tasked with ensuring fair outcomes for financial consumers and their fair treatment. It is both a privilege and an honor to address you today at this important annual gathering of funeral practitioners from across South Africa. Now, I know some of this has been said, but I really want to underscore it, which is to begin by acknowledging the vital role that you play in our society. And this really does, I'm emphasizing this because it underscores our approach and how we're thinking as the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA, how we're thinking around integrating funeral parlors into our financial services sector. The work that you do is not simply commercial. It is deeply human. You support families during some of the most vulnerable and emotional moments of their lives. You provide dignity, structure, and compassion when it is needed most. You are custodians of cultural and social rituals that are profoundly ingrained in our communities. The funeral industry occupies a unique position in our economy, sitting at this intersection of financial services, regulated health practices, and social protection, as well as cultural practice, which is precisely why it is so important that the sector operates in a way that is fair, sustainable, and trusted. In this respect, our interests are well aligned. Fair outcomes for financial consumers, financial customers, is a core focus of the work that we do at the FSCA. So today I'm going to speak to you about two key projects in support of this, and maybe talk a bit around what we mean by outcomes as well. So one is directly related to the funeral insurance industry, and another focuses more broadly on our legal environment, our legal framework. And this then is the Conduct of Financial Institutions Bill. So it's in effect the future of how we're seeing our financial laws, as well as the FSCA and prudential authorities inter-regulatory initiative, so how we are working with our other financial sector regulator to address some of the funeral parlor and funeral insurance challenges that have been faced by the sector. So let me start with the coffee bill. As many of you know, South Africa's financial regulatory landscape is in itself undergoing significant transformation. So we've heard quite a bit this morning already about the transformation that the sector is going through. The water versus fire discussions, AI, we're all getting impacted by a changing environment. Small business and the support of small business, critical to support growth and employment in our country. And then we too are keeping pace with this through our own legislation. And just to alert you, some of you may have been hearing about the coffee bill for some time. I was previously at National Treasury and had started talking about it there, and I've now been at the FSCA for a number of years. But it has recently received approval by Cabinet for submission to Parliament, so it will be going through to Parliament anticipated this year. So it really represents a new and modern approach to law that puts customer needs and expectations at the center. So there's this big customer focus on the one hand, but importantly as well as the potential for this legislation to reduce regulatory compliance for providers by enabling a much more proportionate approach to regulation. So the bill takes an important step in simplifying and harmonizing the legal frameworks applicable to the sector, and I'm talking about the financial sector overall. In doing so, it replaces piecemeal, sometimes outdated, and sometimes inconsistent requirements with one that is streamlined and gets financial institutions to focus on their customers. So I think that's really at the heart of this. It's to align business interests and customer interests and a legal framework that in effect underpins that. You will hear much about outcomes. The financial regulators now at the moment, we talk a lot about outcomes. And what this means is in our world, is good outcomes for the customer. In other words, it's not enough to just have laws. We want to see that the intention of those laws are being lived out. And in our world, what we want are good customer outcomes, fair practices for business. So this is, for me as an individual, you know, I'm a customer, each are individual customers of financial services, but you are also, as your businesses, you are customers as well of other financial institutions. Typically, you know, we all have banking services provided to us. But you yourselves may operate in this space as well as a provider, particularly on the insurance side. So if you think about your own needs, is your financial services provider designing suitable products and products that you need, and are they affordable for your business as well, not just you as the individual? Do they live up to your expectations? Where they fall short, do these providers learn from their mistakes and strive to do better by changing the product features? This is an outcomes-focused approach. So the coffee bill will strengthen our ability as the FSCA to ensure that financial institutions across the board, from banks to insurers, investment managers, intermediaries, advisors, are fit for purpose and accountable. Our approach is not about enforcing arbitrary rules. It is about embedding a culture of fairness and a focus on good customer outcomes in the sector. Many in the room today hold a license from us, from the FSCA. And I'm sure you are wondering what to expect once the coffee bill is enacted. Rest assured that implementing the provisions of the coffee bill will be a journey. It is a journey that we are walking together with the sector and with you. We will communicate our processes and expectations clearly and be responsive to the questions and clarification needs that are likely to arise. You know, the biggest one is, what does it mean? How does it affect us? How do we implement it? How do we do it right? Our approach to regulatory change is a measured and responsible one, avoiding undue disruption and supporting compliance. But steering away from the more administrative side of things, let me share with you what principles the coffee bill will impose on regulated entities, regulated persons going forward. So it will require in law that financial institutions, so what we're talking about here is even if you are a microinsurer, if you are an insurer, if you are an intermediary, if you are selling funeral products and services, it will require for you to conduct your business transparently, honestly, and fairly with integrity, due skill, care, and diligence. In other words, be open and honest with your customers and the regulator, and make sure that people working in your business are qualified to do so. And by the way, these are currently requirements and under the FACE framework as well, so it's probably good that we are refreshing them. Ensure that financial services and the information relating to these are provided and marketed to financial customers in a way that is clear, unambiguous, and not misleading or fraudulent. In other words, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Financial products must be designed and sold with due regard for what financial customers need and can afford. So yes, firms must be financially sustainable, that's critical. You need to earn enough. But profitability does not mean exploitation. We should not be taking advantage of those because we've got more information or because people are desperate. Or because we're desperate. I mean, I think that's often what drives these behaviors and practices as well. Organize and manage our affairs responsibly and effectively with an adequate internal control and assurance environment. That's a lot of regulatory speak. What this means is run a tight ship, know where the money is coming from and where it's going to, ensure that people making decisions in your business are doing so with customer interests and law front of mind. And make sure you've got checks and balances on how that's happening. And perhaps most importantly, keep your client money safe. So remember, when we're talking financial services, this is different from your funeral business. Your funeral business, you know, you know those practices, I'm sure, incredibly well. On the financial services side, now we're talking about the money. You're collecting premiums, you're holding those money, make sure they're kept safe and passed over and used the way that they should. So these controls together, or these principles together, supports trust and confidence in the sector, in your sector. The new law, our Coffee Act, will bring all financial activities under the regulatory net in a consistent way. And we as the FSCA will continue sharing the word amongst consumers, amongst customers. Before handing over your hard-earned money, check that you are dealing with someone who is licensed by the FSCA. Otherwise, you are not protected and have no recourse. This is a critical message to protect our communities against scam and fraud. I am fairly certain that each and every person in this room has been the subject, or at least the target, of a scam or fraud, or you know someone who has been. In this world that we are living on, where monies transfer so quickly, just on the basis of a very quick decision, it is critical that you only interact, that all South Africans only interact with entities that are licensed by us, financial services entities that are licensed by us. So this is going to be the messaging that continues to go out bigger and bolder and continued. COFI is not intended, and I know, we need to stick by this, and I expect you to hold us accountable on this. COFI is not intended to burden your business. Rather, it is intended to build trust, eliminate unfair practices, and create a more level playing field across the financial sector overall. We think it will support those players who are already doing the right thing. Please come and speak to us if you think that COFI can be better. It will be out for public comment ahead of the parliamentary review, and I think previously it's already been said, you need to exercise your voice. We are lucky to live in a country with very strong democratic processes, but that requires you to come forward. So let me turn now to an important issue that directly affects many of you. The interregulatory initiative between us, the FSCA, and the Prudential Authority, which is the regulator at the SARB. The PA regulating banks and insurers for prudential, for safety and soundness, not market conduct. So over time, significant concerns have been observed in South Africa's funeral sector, including funeral parlors underwriting insurance risk without appropriate licenses or capital management, and poor governance and financial management practices, which together can lead to negative and harmful outcomes for customers. For example, misalignment between policy benefits and actual service delivery, and other consumer harm arising from unpaid claims or collapsed schemes. Often it may not be intentional, but without the right checks and balances and governance processes, failures happen. Concerns have also been raised by funeral practitioners about the suitability of regulation, too harsh, too onerous, too inflexible, for the activities being undertaken in this sector. These concerns are long-standing. Parliamentary discussions on the concerns in the industry date back as far as 2003. Various efforts have been made to address these over the years, which culminated in this now. Well, initially it was the microinsurance process. Some of you may be involved in that, and more recently with the work being done between the regulators. So the two authorities, being the FSCA and PA, recognize the important difference between providing funeral services and providing financial services, being insurance. As financial sector regulators, services such as burial arrangements, coffins, transport, and event coordination lie beyond our purview. That's not what we're looking at. However, when regular premiums are collected and customers are promised future benefits, future funeral benefits, insurance business is being undertaken and financial laws then apply. So how do we achieve this in a way that suitably supports this transformed and financially inclusive sector? Many funeral parlors operate in underserved communities, rural areas, and engage with lower income households. They provide services, you provide services, which are critical to ensuring access to financial protection. So we need to get this balance right. The joint initiative therefore aims to address concerns in this balanced way. We would like to see that consumers are protected, are treated fairly, and at the end of the day receive the funeral they expected and at a fair price. Businesses, especially small businesses, should be able to operate within an appropriate and fair regulatory environment that supports business sustainability over the long term. And thirdly, that bad apples are dealt with and where necessary removed from the system. We have been encouraged by our engagement to date. We have been really encouraged by our engagement to date at how productive and constructive it's been. Workshops were held last year where the challenges faced by the sector, the authorities and customers were openly ventilated. These workshops also tabled for discussion various options for legislative treatment of the sector, and we are now working on a formal proposal to bring back. We will be sharing more information as it becomes available, and we look forward to engaging you all in future. Please do engage with us openly, participate in the regulatory dialogues, raise concerns, share insights, and of course allow some grace for the unfolding of processes over time. Our aim is to co-create solutions that work in practice, and I think that's a crucial part here, not just ideas, but working in practice. I wanted to touch briefly on our approach to enforcement, which is being implemented alongside and in support of the regulatory processes I've just described. In October 2022, our enforcement division established a dedicated team to address the growing number of unregistered insurance and financial services providers in general, but also specifically working within the funeral insurance business. These players, so unregulated players, unregistered players, they undermine the credibility of the sector, and it's something we take very seriously. Again, not just unregistered funeral parlors, but unregistered business in general. Our strategy for the sector emphasizes regularization. So this has not been around taking aim and shooting and trying to penalize. It's been around building collaborative relationships with industry associations, regulators, and key government entities to support regulatory compliance. The enforcement team has been doing this through enforceable undertakings. So we're lucky as a regulator, we've got a wide suite of powers available to us, and one of them is this, we adopted it from Australia, and it's called an enforceable undertaking. And what it does is instead of coming at you with a stick, we say, you know, can we work together and we will support you in compliance, but you need to agree that you commit to doing this. And that in effect is what this enforceable undertaking is. So I think we can agree that it is in the best interests, in all of our interests, to ensure that rogue operators are appropriately addressed, and those who are committed to operating within the framework of the law are supported in doing so. This has reflected in our actions. In the 2024-25 financial year, so that's not the year ending now, our year end is March, so it's not year ending 31 March 2026, it's year ending 31 March 2025. We imposed 26 sanctions in the funeral industry specifically. Almost half of those were enforceable undertakings, comprising an agreement between the regulator and business about how to regularize. Penalties and debarments represent a much lower proportion of regulatory actions in the space and are kept for when there is really blatant disregard for the law, continued blatant disregard for the law, and of course when monies are stolen. So in conclusion, the funeral industry occupies a unique and deeply respected space in our society, and it is critical that as the regulators we reflect that in terms of how we develop the law. And so while our regulation may seem challenging, it also presents an opportunity. A more formalized and better regulated funeral insurance industry can benefit from more consumer trust, access to financial partnerships, business sustainability and growth, and the reduced risk of collapse or reputational harm. As we look ahead, let us continue building an industry that is resilient, ethical, and future-ready. The regulatory reforms we are implementing through COFFEE and through our joint work with the Prudential Authority are not about restricting your work. They're about ensuring that Every promise made to a customer is honored. Every rand entrusted to a business is protected, and every family receives the dignity that they deserve. I encourage that we continue working together in the spirit of collaboration. Let us build an industry that operates with integrity, complies with confidence, and continue delivering for the customers who need it most. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner. I'd like to call Ms. Nape, because I believe the Deputy is rushing and would like to extend our token of gratitude at this stage.
So there's no questions? I realize we are running behind. We won't have time for questions, but please, I know that this impacts a lot of you deeply, so you're welcome to submit that through the necessary channels, and we will respond to those in writing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Nape, please make your way to the stage. Thank you. Indeed, the professionalization and regulation of the funeral industry has become a strategic priority, and that is what we took away from our last speaker. Standing between us and lunch is a very important conversation that will shape the future of the funeral industry. And would like to, at this point in time, see if we do have a video that is going to play, or should we go straight to the panel?
Hello to the members of the South African Funeral Practitioners Association. My name is John Adams. I'm a fourth generation funeral director based in the UK, author of the book Don't Tell the Children, podcast host of Death, a Changing Industry, and past president of the National Association of Funeral Directors. During my time as NAFD president, I launched a parliamentary petition to add content on death, dying and bereavement into the national curriculum. I'm very pleased to say, following the petition's success, it was debated in Parliament in December 2024, and last year in 2025, it was announced that bereavement education will now form part of the English curriculum, starting in September 2026. Following the success of the campaign, I've had the great privilege to be invited to speak in other nations such as Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand, and I am delighted and very excited to join you all to talk about my story and why bereavement education can make societies across the world a more connected, kinder, and more positive place, instilling more awareness into communities throughout the world. I hope you have a successful conference. And again, I look forward to joining you later this year. Thank you all.
Thank you for the message of support from all the way from the UK. And with that, we go straight to the next program item, which will be our panel discussion. We will be joined by the leaders and the presidents from various associations on stage, shaping the conversations, the thoughts, and input into the future of the funeral industry. First up on stage, I'd like to call Neil Knight, the funeral chairperson of IFDA, the Independent Directors Association. Please give him a round of applause. Next up, I would like to invite Mr. Isaac Mlungisi, the chairperson of the Safpa, South African Funeral Alliance. Please join us on stage, sir. You can sit. You can. Next up is Dr. Mohlaba Makumbila, the industry president of FIPSA, Funeral Practitioner of South Africa. Please join us on stage. And next up is Elsabi Basilio, the managing director of NFDA. Thank you, sir. Next up is Tozama Lupuzi, president of PASA, Palace Association of South Africa. Next up is Isaac Kumbane, president of AFPO, African Funeral Practitioners Association. A round of applause. Last but not least, I have Mawetu Mbusi, deputy chair of AFUA, African Funeral Undertakers Association. I see our president is not here. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Peter van der Westhuizen, the chairperson of NFDA, to also join us on stage. Thank you. And right here, I have the hot seat waiting for you as the last one. Thank you for joining us on stage. And so, because time is really not on our side, I would love to do a fireside, quick question type of panel discussion and bring your insights, your input, but in a very short way. When you think about the future of the funeral industry in Africa, what is the one word that comes to mind? I'll start here and move across. One word that comes to mind about the future of this industry.
Education.
Thank you.
Professional body.
Collaboration.
Unity.
Yes, that's unity. Yes,
Unity.
that's mine, yeah.
Yes, it's also unity to combine all the funeral players. Thank you.
Learning and upgrading.
Learning and development.
Networking.
Networking. I did appreciate the opportunity for everyone networking, and I hope that this afternoon there will be even more connection by industry players networking from across provinces and across Africa. If we met in future, and the time is 2035, what would you define as success for the industry? What will success look like for the funeral industry in 2035? This is where I need you to envision, bring about the insightful desires, the goals, and the lady has an input for us.
I would say a mandatory professional body led by industry participants, but mandatory. So everybody that enters the funeral industry must be part of this professional body so that we have unity and we work towards the same goal.
Wonderful. A united body. Sir.
I'm hoping that us as all funeral practitioners, undertakers, can actually have a much better understanding with the Department of Home Affairs, the Health Department, just to make things easier for us. Because at the moment, I think we can all actually join in and actually say that we are having complications at the moment with both departments. And I think we all feel that way.
That is an incredible input to ensure efficiency and an easier flow in funeral industry means bringing all the department and having a unified or a collaborative effort to make sure the industry is efficient going forward. That's incredible.
I think for that to succeed, what we need is a very strong federation where all the association will meet together. And that would mean to say all the associations in South Africa to be one body, not for us to come in fragmented, because if we are fragmented, how are we going to face the government? Government has got lots of departments that we are working with, but if we are unified, we've got a very strong federation, we're going to make it happen.
That's incredible and powerful, sir. And the room echoes your input into that contribution and conversation. What does the future look like for you, sir? In 2035, we are convening again.
In 2025, I will add on the one that my colleague had said, but I will also say that we need to make sure that by that, at least 90% of the funeral association, they are under one federation. That one will help us to secure and protect our industry and try to introduce the minimum entry level in our industry, because of it has come to be an industry for everyone. You take the package from the government, you come to our industry, you want to open your own business. So we need to protect those things.
That is important. A qualification of some sort, an entry requirement for one to practice in this industry, and that is valuable indeed. I see a mic that is ready this side. Just give me a hand if you're ready for a contribution. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the one thing I don't hear is to put the customer first. I think if we put our customers central, there will be less fragmentation. We will understand why the industry must be educated. We will then understand where there should be unity. All these objectives are wonderful, but it will only happen once we as the industry decide to put the customer first. That's how I see it. These initiatives are wonderful, and I hope there's unity. But it's for me about the customer.
Absolutely. No industry operates and is successful if it's not customer-centric. Sir.
All right, I think we must supposed to have a seat at the parliament. And other thing, we must supposed to see if the stakeholder, they recognize us, because now they recognize us, but not as we need. And one other thing, we must supposed to have a strong federation where we can take the whole resolution on on that federation. Thanks.
A parliamentary representation is a solution into the future, and that might just mean the president is going to take over our minister's role in parliament. Honestly, I think we have the strongest advocate in parliament when it comes to small business development and growth in our minister, who is still in our presence, and thank you so much. Our president is taking notes, and I was hoping you will be here in front with us and adding into the input. But we trust all the presidents that are here are going to shape the future. Could we please pass the mic to the gentleman on the far right, on my far right? Thank you, sir. I apologize seeing you joining our panel, and so would like to give you an opportunity to land with one word about the future of this industry.
Thank you very much. I didn't know I was a gentleman, at least I know now, thanks to you. No, the future is bright. We all have worked very hard together to try and transform this industry.
Yeah.
It is transformed now. Those who are left outside are the ones that don't want transformation.
Mm-hmm.
But we have reached the point where we are proud of the hard work that we have done. When you look at how the industry used to be like, it was belonging to a certain group of race of people, but now everyone can compete equally.
Mm.
So there'll no more be a situation whereby if we get an opportunity, someone will second guess us. The only thing that is remaining is for the government to respect us, to listen to us, and do not like come with legislation that are promulgated in our absence, but we have to comply with. But everything else has been achieved, and thanks to Sis Nomfundo for ensuring that you display exactly what the industry is about now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, that deserves a round of applause. The presence, the voice is seen, she's heard, and advocating for the entire industry as such. Was there still contribution to how we look like in 2035 as an industry when it comes to the future of funeral industry? Thank you so much.
I think, for me, as much as we're talking too much here, there's something in life called attitude. If funeral parlors have a different attitude to what Babu Hlengwa is saying when it comes to growing our businesses, when it comes to approaching things to government, and by the way, you've got my vote.
Halala.
We need to work on our attitude. For instance, there are parlors that are too much scared when it comes to compliance to deal with FSCA. I always say for every debit there must be credit. For every left hand there must be a right hand. As much as FSCA is trying by all means to work with us to improve the industry and the compliance, we are also going to be protected by that. But, like Babu Hlengwa is saying now, FSCA also must listen to us. Because I've got a small example. If, for instance, we are being told, Uguri, to get into a position when it comes to underwriting, you need a certain number, say like 250 for argument's sake. Now, you need to go and meet people to reach that number so that an administrator can look into your proposal, so that then the underwriter can then start taking you serious. But I'm glad you've mentioned this, Minister, that the bill will also protect us as business. So that then swallowed everything that I had in mind. Now my point is, when you get then into that stage, remember you are meeting people, you are submitting them for them to be underwritten. There is no compensation for you at ground level. Someone is making commission in between the three parties. Now, the critical matter is, how do I get 250 when FSCA will get a complaint saying, so-and-so is selling non-compliant? Then it causes a problem. So we need to work hand in hand. We need them.
Yeah.
They also need us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. An integrated and a collaborative effort in all the parties involved that moves and shifts the funeral industry forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you again. And I would like to applaud Safpa by bringing youngsters. I see a lot of youngsters within us. I think for us,
Halala.
For us to succeed in this industry, we need youngsters that we can take to school to do research on the problems that we are currently having. Because currently we are shooting from the hip. We don't have the detail of things that we can use to solve our problems. And these youngsters, they'll come with their thesis that they can present on stages like this. We can give them stages where they can come and present their work that they've done to solve our problem in the industry. That will help us innovate. Else we are not going to innovate if we don't have those youngsters doing researches on our problems that we currently have in our industry.
Great input, sir. Thank you so much. And that looks like you ubenembuzi to my questions, because my next question was looking at survival of the industry. It doesn't only rely on governance, but it relies on renewal. And the next question was going to be to the panel, how do we make the funeral industry attractive to qualified, young, capable professionals, not only at an employment level, but as career and business opportunity that takes the industry forward? What is the solution that brings young entrepreneurs as players in the industry?
You see, youngsters they'll only be attracted by professionals.
That's right.
If we are not professionals, they
Yeah.
won't be attracted to us.
That's
So
incredible.
we need to turn our industry around so that everyone can see us as professionals and they'll want to come and join us.
Yeah, that's powerful. Input?
And if we progress with the establishment of a professional body, and as the president of FIPSA just said, youngsters want to see professionals. So if we can establish this professional body, we can implement education at school level already. And especially for young women, because women think the funeral industry is not for them. But the funeral industry is exactly for women because of compassion, setting standards. So we need to take that step forward, and young women need to take the step
Absolutely. That is incredible. A shift from a transactional industry to a care economy, and that tends to come from the feminine power, right?
Yeah, I think to add to what Elsby said, it starts at school level. I don't think we spend enough time teaching people how to do business. We teach them about all kinds of things, how to use your memory, but we don't give them practical stuff. So by the time they get out into the business world, it's to make money, but they don't know how. And we need to start there. The gentleman there said professionalize. If an industry is professional, people want to be there. Otherwise, they're just driving the money. And then you sit, unfortunately, with unscrupulous individuals within a certain business sector. But the minister must listen and get the schools to start acting on that and teach youngsters the basics of how to run your life, how to build a business. Thank you.
Incredible.
I absolutely agree there.
Entrepreneurship, mindset shift, leadership, personal development comes handy in business success. And that starts at school level. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it is. I agree with Mr. van der Westhuizen there. And, you know, if I actually think about, I never actually had an intention of becoming a funeral director. Nobody actually sits at school and says, oh, I want to be a funeral director. It's almost become like a last resort, unless it's in the family. And I think we can all agree. If we can just have a show of hands, how many people have actually worked for their fathers and it's come down in the family and we all actually following our father's footsteps, following our mother's footsteps? Well, there's quite a few out there.
Quite a few.
Yes, look. And so even being at school, I actually wanted to be an architect. Hello. And you know, here I am in the funeral business. My daughter wanted to be a school teacher. Here she is with me today, and she's running one of my branches.
Sure.
So we do need to actually implement something. Thank you. And have it as like a goal. That's what I would like to do one day.
I see.
So like the gentleman was saying, implement something at the schools.
Integrated into this curriculum as a career line, and not only, in fact, earlier on I had a question. Did this industry find you, or you weren't seeking the industry out of purpose and drive and conviction that you knew you needed to serve people? It found you? Please raise a hand. And if you went out with conviction and purpose burning to serve our communities, please raise a hand. There's lesser hands with conviction. And so as the industry formalizes and there's qualifications and there's legal operation, I think we will attract young entrepreneurs and professionals to join the industry. Over to you, sir. There was an input on young people joining the industry, Ibama.
Okay, no, no, I think lento funeral industry, eyona challenge is that for abantu abancinci, mostly bayifumene ilegacy yabazali.
That's right.
So there are those who have a passion to start it from scratch. So the problem ke ngoku efika ibe khona ukuthi lo oqala from scratch akanayo indawo apho akhala khona ukuba uncediseka kanjani because akakazi umntana othe ezalwa abe sehamba. But ke ngoku apho bendizoza khona ingekafiki lento ye-youth bendizothi if kungaqala ngokudecreasewa lento ye-associations, maybe if we talk about the federation we talk about only 5 associations. Mhlawumbi ezele zi-exista i-associations ezikhona like if we can talk about Safpa, now we are here on Safpa now. How can we make the small associations to merge with the fully fledged associations so that we can grow? Because ukuhlala on that corner with your small association and at that corner with your small association, we are going anywhere. Until we come together as one in one association, if I may put, but at least if we can say, at least 5 associations, not more than 5. Thank you.
That is a very valuable input, congregation, to creating bigger associations, which means bigger muscle and bigger negotiable voice in the industry. Yes, sir.
My take is, as much as we've got well-established, associations, the smaller ones must get out of the corner so that they can be recognized and assisted. Because, time change is here, it's going nowhere. I also like to plead with the minister. There are sitters in your government departments. Don't encourage them to only go for practicality on big companies. They must also come to us. I would like to have a group of 5 in a veto driving with them, taking them through marketing, selling the policy industries that we have. So we need your assistance in this regard, just to keep on, to make it interesting to them, because to the youth, sometimes funeral industry is about dead people. That's the only thing people. They know, and they're scared. And it's for old topies and, but we have to make it interesting. So that we need them so that it can improve. I was touched by a gentleman who was speaking here for MTN. The way he spoke, I was like, this is the future. We need people like that in our companies. When they go out to represent our companies, they show the face of the company. Absolutely. And bring it up. Thank you.
Incredible. Yes, sir.
All right, just allow me to go back a little bit. When we start backwards there, when we start at Safpa, I think was 98, I was still young when we started. I remember when I was driving Bo Brasem to come here at Durban to start that Safpa, I think was 98. Our patient is just to build one thing. So unfortunately on the way, they just broke it with other things. So now I was thinking if we can just get in the table, so they call all association. So on that all association, they must supposed to call. On top of that, maybe we will try to reduce the number of association. How can we reduce the number? If you cannot match maybe 50 members, can you join another association? And the next time when you meet, if you are not making 100, can you join another association? If you are not making 200, join another association. At the end of the day, we will be plus minus 6 association. So on that 6 association, we will build one federation. So on that one federation, we will know how to regulate our industry. Because now we have a problem, we don't know even how to regulate our industry. Because if we will agree, let's make the price of maybe 15,000. So the one when was out on the one when you can call maybe Amabeke or Fly by Night, they will make a business than us we trying to regulate the business.
Thank you, sir. That is a powerful input indeed, consolidating from numerous associations to a few that are powerful and can shift the industry forward. As we wrap our panel, I'd like to hear from each one of our panelists one commitment you are leaving with Safpa as a president or deputy president in various associations. One commitment you'd like to leave the conference with.
That we need to get unity at all cost.
Thank you. Unity at all cost.
That we actually establish this professional body for once and for all, and that everybody will fall under this professional body.
Incredible. One professional body. Thank you.
I would say get our government right behind us all the way.
Collaboration with government. Thank you, sir.
Committed to change.
Committed to change and innovation. Thank you.
To promote a fair trade in our industry through our municipalities, and most of all to implement all the resolutions that we take in our meeting federations that will grow our industry going forward.
Power of execution from all the resolutions, ma'am.
To promote unity so that we can become one.
United, we succeed. Thank you.
There's a scripture in the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 18, which says, "Come, let's reason."
Yes.
If we can collectively come and reason, we will win. Thank you.
Amen.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if someone they can stand to call things like that, to start that things now we are making, they can make us one group.
Amen. Thank you.
Mina, I'm worried about an influx that we are getting. We need to start protecting our industry. If we do not protect it now, we are all going to be history. So let us protect our industry.
That's incredible. A round of applause for our panelists. A powerful closing indeed to protect and build the industry going forward. I'd like to thank you, each and every one of you, and I'd like maybe a group picture of our panelists from the photographer as we close the panel. Thank you. Please step forward for a group picture of our panel. While we get our picture going, I would like to bring to your attention, especially the youth in the room, that one of the master classes this afternoon is NYDA, and I hear they have a budget of about 50,000 Rand. I do not have the detail and the mechanics of how to access that fund, but please, to the young entrepreneurs in the funeral industry, do not miss out on the one panel masterclass that is NYDA. Thank you very much to our panelists. While I'm on the masterclasses, before we break and take a walk to the exhibition side, I would like to also highlight other masterclasses. Services CETA will host a masterclass right here on hall number 4, facilitated by Ms. Vendle. The topic is Voluntary Disclosure Program. And ICC Meeting Room 11, there will be another masterclass on computer literacy. And the third masterclass is FinFind and SMEZ, facilitated by Mr. Chawuke, which will be in Exhibition Center, Hall number 2. The last but not least is Exhibition Center, Hall number 2, NYDA, Understanding Your Customer, and that's facilitated by Ms. Mdlalose. As we wrap the program, a reminder to follow the social media pages of Safpa to win the funeral fridge. And to also please share the insights that you picked up today from the conference. There is also one reminder that tomorrow you are wearing T-shirts. And if you do not have a T-shirt for tomorrow, please go to the registration counter in order to take and get a T-shirt to wear tomorrow. And in a closing for today, I would like to thank each and every one of you for giving me the audience to facilitate today's conversations. Conversations that remind us that the future of the funeral industry is not arrived at, but it is built. My name is Noktula Knox Magwaza. It has been a privilege and an honor to be part of the program. Can I do it now? Can I still do it? Can I still do it now?
History is made by those who can see the impossible